So this is a plenary session. There's going to be a joint communication with Christian Jeté, who is a professor at the social university, at social department at the University of Montreal, and then Catherine Jeté, who is the Director of Research and Higher Education at IRIS Rhône-Alpes. So this is a joint session that's going to be talking about support, and we're going to be sharing perspectives between France and Canada, more specifically Quebec. And it's going to look at how we need to change caregiving in institutions. So we talked about this yesterday, and I think we will continue this conversation here. Now, let's actually have 20 minutes of presentation and about 10 minutes of discussion with the audience and the people who are following us online. Thank you so much, Arnaud. And thank you, everybody. I don't know if my slides can be pulled up on the screen. Could we have the presentations up?
Je vous le transmettrai après si vous voulez. J'ai bien compris qu'on avait un temps réduit, donc je pense que
we don't have much time, so we're going to go to the crux of the matter immediately. Now, first of all, let me just give you some background information. This was supposed to be a joint presentation with Christian Jeté, who works at the University of Montreal, and we are part of a research team, both of us, and we've been working on this research project since 2012, and we have been working on providing care at home to people who are vulnerable because of disability or age. So again, there were two research projects. Though there was one from 2012 to 2015 on home care in the field of disability and age, and there were three levels of research. As a meso level on the practices on how to provide home care, and then there was also something on the personal experience of the patient. So after this research, we started another research program in 2016, and this basically focuses on innovation in co-designing public policies, especially with a particular focus on providing home care. So it's on the basis of this research, well, we are about 15 researchers. You can actually have documentation on this work. We have 15 researchers in Canada and in France. And we can basically look at institutional transformation in providing care and providing care at home in a context which is called deinstitutionalization. So this is, and let me come back to a point which is extremely important according to me. So we talk about providing home care of people who are vulnerable due to age and disability. So we also talk of self-determination. Now, before actually talking about this in detail, let me talk about certain concepts and the principal action and certain categories. Now, providing home care goes hand in hand with deinstitutionalization, like we saw yesterday. Now, this movement cannot be propelled on its own. When we talk of deinstitutionalization, it's about also talking about institutions. Now, this question also refers to providing home care, and which basically focuses on the responsibility of people and their protection. And this deinstitutionalization varies from one country to the other. In Canada, so we have this outpatient procedure, and we also have a change in practices, in the identity, in the exchange, the way we also co-design something. And this probably would unveil what's happening back doors. So this is basically providing home care happens at home, and there's a host of services. So maybe I will come back to this issue on how the pandemic has showed the limitations of service provision at home and what we need in order to ensure continuity. This also corresponds to people who live with certain incapacities, and I'm going to talk about self-determination, which refers to the question, and like we saw in the previous workshop, the self-determination is defined. It's the capacity to make decisions, govern your life, and take independent decisions without outside interference. So this refers to the person and his capacity to self-determine. The principle that unveiled was the emancipating ideal can only be possible if it relies on certain supporting mechanisms. And these supporting mechanisms should be well rooted. And you also need to know that home care, like any other support provision in institutions or outside, is also comes with certain uncertainties. Now, the uncertainties are more in home care, and we can see that home care really does break away traditional roles. It brings in new principles, and from a more subjective angle, it basically brings caregivers to the problems of the people. And these problems are pretty much the same in France and in Canada. At least that's what the experience reported. The major problem was isolation, and we really were talking of people who were aging. These were also people who were disabled. They were suffering from multiple disabilities. Sometimes they had mental disabilities. So we're talking of this population here. And this means that they are all isolated and they're all at home. And this is the background, and it could be an obstacle for people to provide care at home. And this creates a lot of uncertainties. And I'm referring to Bertrand Ravon and Claire Vidal-Naquet's works. And this means that we have to completely reinvent the framework within which we give support. And we also have to adapt. We really have to adapt our caregiving. I'm not saying it's got to be tailor-made, but we've got to adapt it. And the caregivers, whether they're from the family or professionals, there's also an emotional angle to this, an emotional involvement and in relationship. And the role of emotions is extremely important. And there's this emotional work as well that's been developed, and there's also an ethical component to it, and where emotions actually take a very important place, and they're not just they're not just there by chance, and it's not facultative either. And this is basically the intelligence of situations, and we call this practical wisdom. It's about acting in a very safe way, and if there are more uncertainties, there is a greater need to discuss, to also take the moral component. Now, this is one question we ask. This practical wisdom basically finds its roots in care, and it includes moral virtue and activity. Now, what's really important is that we're providing care and attention to the other person. But I was actually talking about professionals here, professional caregivers. So this is basically a moral provision to anticipate needs of the person, of the patient, so that or his desires, so that he can actually live the life as per his projections, on the base from a very sensitive knowledge. Now, we really have to give. So caregiving is contextualized. It is the practical side to it, and it's adapted to the needs of the person, while respecting their dignity, their desire, and reciprocity. So what I told you is also illustrated by experience of people who tell us about their lives. So this caregiving, which is quite invisible, also refers to social presence. Marc Besson talks about this in his works, because it really allows availability to intervene at the appropriate time. And this caregiving or practical wisdom, according to us, encourages us to act outside set frameworks. And perhaps there is this aspect of co-production, and it would enhance capacities to make people the right choices concerning their lives. How much time do I have? I don't have the time, but I think we need to look at this on prudence. Yes, everyone does get old, and I need my glasses. So we have caregiving positions at home that need to be reinvented. People don't live like us, and people don't live like the way society wants them to live. They don't live mechanically. There's a lot of relationship involved observations. We need to take the person into account. We're in their homes. We need to have a human approach, and we need to take their time. So I would say that we come to their houses and we take their time. People shouldn't actually think that we are there just to do the job and go away. There should be a human component. We are there to provide a service, and that's really going to be a source of pleasure. We get to know them, and then we create a relationship of trust and a partnership. So this is the Canadians talking. Again, we come in, we work, we have a coffee, then we talk about our backgrounds. We say that the approach is quite different. We're actually in their intimate interiors, and we see what's happening. And this, again, it's all about professional expertise. It's also about people, about developing an expertise. When you go to someone's house, we know their home. There is a lot of co-production. So when we work, when we live with people, we start liking them, and we become competent and
les sentiments moraux. Je hais ça.
I
Je peux pas
hate it.
supporter
I
quelqu'un qui
do
arrive
not
chez moi, me
like
regarde, fait son
people
travail, s'en va.
coming
On est des
home.
êtres humains, il faut de la
We're
tendresse. Je suis pas un
human
morceau de bois,
beings. I'm
je suis un
not a
être
piece
humain.
of
Et
wood.
l'être
I'm
humain
a
a besoin
human
de
being, and
communiquer.
human being needs to
Il y en a,
communicate. So these are excerpts
je voudrais
from
dire
various
une chose
patients. So I would like to basically say something to come to conclude. With respect to this home caregiving, sorry, and there are certain uncertainties and threats as well, and it's the unseen work. And there is a threat to this type of support, and it could, in fact, affect self-determination. And we really need to basically be careful about this. We really have to be wary and mindful of these threats that basically could affect the emancipation potential. So our research is quite modest, and we've identified 3 threats. So there's a reduction or absence of forums where we can talk about this, where we can express ourselves, where you have the moral judgment and the expert judgment face to face. So this forum in institutions, at home, are there in these institutions, but not there at home. And of course, there's a question of professional liability. So this was not taken into account. And I think this liability also goes hand in hand with autonomy. So without a collective space where we can work, where everyone can participate, there is a major threat. And you could basically impede on the decision-making possibility of the patient. Another threat is the multiple appraisals, multiple evaluations of people. So again,
Et dans l'intervention à domicile, ce savoir d'expérience, il est
home care, it's completely invisible.
La part sensible.
And it's invisible because it's covered with emotions. So one of the processes that really make this completely invisible is the standardization of practices. In Canada and in France, we have about 30 people who are being supported, and we really cannot always be there and be present if you're going to standardize practices. So this would also create some kind of shock. That it's going to have a paradox. There's going to be a paradox, and people are going to be tired, and it could also lead to auto-production with the people involved, and also some kind of relationship. And we can see that professionals who are going beyond the call of duty, they are violating certain regulations, and it's really not to the like of institutions. And families alike. But many people think that it would be the co-production
de vivre n'est pas forcément celui qui résonne pour l'autre et l'autre c'est un proche qui vit avec la personne. Voilà, je voudrais
net result will not be the result, will not be the desirable result what the patient wants to live. So there could be a problem there. So I also wanted to talk about the distributed of shared vulnerabilities. This distributed conception is also refers to basically the interaction amongst all the actors. If autodetermination means that individuals are responsible for their choices, then this responsibility would be shared and distributed in a collective ecosystem. And you really have to intervene as researchers. There's also an approach which authorizes this duality, person, environment, autonomy, dependence, and we also need to go beyond this. So thank you so much. I'm sorry the speaker was reading at a virtually impossible speed. Thank you. And this is the bibliography if ever you want to. Right. If there are any questions, thank you so much, madam. You've got the floor. The lady is here. She will answer. So please feel free. Hello, Henri Creusot. You were talking about the capacity to act and self-determination. I can see empowerment behind all this. You also talked about house visits. I also heard something called as SAVS and VAD. You talked about the human side, and that's also a reality. I don't think it's a bit complicated in listening to me, but the human side is a bit complicated. It's not because I'm sorry, the speaker is not clear. Now, with regards to, you talk about adaptation, not customizing, but adaptation. My question is, could we have a love life when we have this approach of adapting? Are there any other questions? Thank you, Etienne, for other questions. Wayne Martin also would like to say something. Wayne Martin also would like to say something. Can I ask? Can I answer this? It's really important to come back to what you just asked. On the notion of self-determination, we talked about it yesterday. I was actually referring to the way we look at it in the CRDP. It's clearly said that if you have less institutions, you'd have more self-determination. What do you mean less institutions? And you've actually said something very right. You have a mechanism called SAVS and SAMSA. What is SAMSA? Hervé, come to my rescue. Anyway, these are different medical support services for people who are living at home. And I think it's very complex, all this. We are outside an institution. We basically allow people to be free and make choices and basically follow their desires, because it's a question of desire. It's human rights is also about living with what you deem is appropriate for you. And it's paradoxical to say that there is support for self-determination because you're not, but then you're not free. You see, I feel that when we give care at home, we are throwing light on the invisible side of caregiving that we don't see in the institutions. Institutions put people in a paradox. The work is actually done. There's an emotional component to it, and then there are rules to basically punish. And the caregivers, the professionals, really do not have the right to talk about their emotions, because otherwise it's seen as not being professional. And the last question is also very, very important. So when you have this adaptive approach, yes, you could have a love life, of course. You can co-produce with a person without being in a love relationship. And the personalization is also the person who takes a personal place in your life. Many people who are isolated and who have caregivers, professional caregivers coming, have actually played the role of a family member. And this role is important. And it's really important for us to help them live their lives in an independent way. Now there's a question here, and
j'en profite juste pour pendant que je passe le micro, je pense que ce que tu viens de présenter, ça pose la question des limites.
Now there is this question of limits, temporal limits.
Voilà, merci Catherine. Du coup, on travaille ensemble sur une autre recherche, mais je
Okay, so
et donc, puisque justement on travaille nous ensemble,
we are working on the question of co-building caregiving in SAMS and SAVS and SAMSAH. So we're just wondering how to go about all this, how to make the right life decisions with the caregivers. So how does it happen at home, especially within the framework that you've identified? You know the standardization, you know the constraints when we're working from home, when we're providing care from home. So even if you're saying that co-construction is something that can be challenged, and it's not about co-construction, but about negotiation, about trade-offs. And I just want to know, what are the fora where you can have such exchange? And in terms of care, in caregiving.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions. Please use the microphone. Well, I'd like to say a few things. I was wondering about when you talk about support and the dangers involved in support by going to people's houses. I guess it's a relative danger. I don't know. There are a lot of people that go to other people's houses and there's no problem. You have to prepare for that. And then these professionals that apparently transgress, I didn't really get that part. I don't understand. So that's what I wanted to ask about. Thank you. This relates what the last gentleman just asked about. Speakers, or I'm sorry, people who are involved in care and support get involved in all these reference documents, scales, documents. They want to know whether we have a contact person or a person of trust, although that can also be a question of control. It's definitely a different logic than everyone having to go to kind of a one-stop shop for services, personalizing services, but the question is how many restrictions should you place on the work done by the support service person? Let's take one last question and then we will get you to respond. I have a question, or I'd like more information to understand why there's a reduction or no collectives and no space for dialogue. When you talked about, were you talking about reduction of staff? Were you talking about reduction of budgets? Well, to answer, I'll try to answer the best I can these questions. Let me start with you, sir. Thank you for your question. In fact, you are really pointing to one of the most tricky points for us as researchers these days. What I couldn't say in my presentation, and which is actually the case today, we are working with Quebec researchers as well as with a French team of researchers, some of them are here today, on collaborative research where persons with lived experience and their families get involved in the research. So this makes us more aware as researchers, in any case, I wouldn't say of the gap between the way we talk about things and explain how experiences are lived and the way they may express that through their collectives. But this is why research collectives can be interesting. I understand from your question that what I said wasn't accessible enough for you to understand that I didn't mean there was a threat at a person's domicile when people come to visit. And when you asked about the risks of meeting someone else, in our research, and with Anne and Hervé, who are here today, we've seen that there are many things people don't talk about. And maybe it's hard to see these things emerge. It's not necessarily based on a co-production logic. It can be transactional. It can be negotiations. And when you're talking about a person's home, a domicile, I think it's somewhat easier than in an institution when it comes to the asymmetry between a person and the support person, and all the different ecosystems involved in that. it makes it possible to find sometimes a place to work at a person's home easier. I'm not going to go into all the details of what we consider a geographic domicile, but in any case, a place where the person can engage in more symmetrical relationships than an institution. And a meeting of minds or a way of meeting that is not so easy in an institution. So it's actually, in a way, even for support persons, a way of meeting their equal, another person, another human being, with everyone being vulnerable, and the limits sometimes to research on this, because people often just fall back on their beliefs. So this question of accessibility for us as researchers, you asked what transgression meant. Transgression, well, it's true. We should explain to you what that means in our language as researchers. When people transgress, it's
autoriser institutionnellement des choses qui rendent possible l'autonomie et le respect de l'autre dans sa dignité. Donc c'est une transgression autorisée entre la personne et l'intervenant, mais non autorisée ou sanctionnée par les institutions. Et une des premières sanctions, c'est l'action des émotions. Le travail émotionnel, c'est un... Dans les formes de transgression, ben là, je suis, je vais être. On peut aborder. On arrive à une des limites aussi de ce qu'on peut dévoiler aussi de ces transgressions. Dans les arrangements, en tous les cas, ce qu'on peut voir, c'est que dans des personnes qui sont dans des situations d'empêchement, et puis d'imposition de choses qu'elles n'ont pas envie de faire, et pour lesquelles des intervenants vont faciliter le fait qu'elles n'auront pas à avoir ça d'imposer, en tous les cas. Et ce qu'il faut voir, c'est qu'il y a aussi...
This is an entire thing to analyze between patients and caretakers, and when we talk about co-production, we can renegotiate. When it comes to a person's home, their domicile, that was something Strauss talked about a lot, being a professional user, or it can be quite prodigious. I'm not sure if we answered all the questions, but I wanted to read what Chantal Bruneau just wrote via Zoom or via YouTube. She talks about the involvement of emotions, which is inevitable and essential. It's hard, though, in France, and for professionals to take distance, which is actually what they're taught in school, to step back, take a distance, and it's hard for professionals to transgress this, considering our education and the prevailing
Et puis on se retrouve cet après-midi.
Approach in France. We are now going to have to break for lunch, and I wanted to mention we have a videomaton where you can go inside and you'll be interviewed and we'll film you. And if you'd like to participate, please go right into the videomaton next door. And thank you, everyone, for your contributions. One last thing. We are very lucky to have Alexander Cote with us today, who was one of the persons between 2002 and 2006 who was working on the drafting of the convention. He'll be here this afternoon with us, and I believe he will be talking to us about current events in terms of how to take on board the convention. Yes, I was discussing with Benoit about how important it would be before the end of this conference for you to try to identify important messages that you could get across to the CRPD committee. I've worked with the CRPD committee for several years, and this type of exchange between academicians and persons concerned and others is quite rare, and so I'm sure they would be interested in your experience. France is a country seen on the international level as a country that needs to move ahead on this and on the CRPD. So all of these discussions you're having, the high quality of your exchanges on an equal basis is something very interesting, because it would be a good thing to communicate your debates to the CRPD committee so that maybe France will make progress. Thank you very much. I have one last thing to say. I'd like to thank everyone for listening to this session, thank our speakers for everything they've done, and we'll see you later after lunch. Yes, we have very little time for lunch. I'm very sorry. We will be back in the room at 1:15. Thank you.
Madame Eve Gardien, qui est maître de conférence en sociologie à l'Université de Rennes, qui va nous parler des savoirs d'expérience et changement social.
Alors, je voudrais juste préciser, c'est peut-être un peu inattendu, mais je ne pensais pas parler en tant que...
I don't think I'd be speaking in the capacity of a university reader. And today I'm going to actually just give you a personal opinion. So I just wanted to tell you that this is not coming from a reader at the University of Rennes. Let me come back to the fact that there was a 2005 legislation which really marked political will for an inclusive society. And there are financial means that were made available, new financial means like a new disability allowance. And I think that the accessibility standards are respected to a greater extent. And it is common to have buses with disability access, which is really not the which was not the case. But yet there's a lot to be done. The disability situation is still here, and many of us experience it on a day-to-day basis. The participation in societal life is already is quite difficult due to several reasons. So there is public action, and there's also citizens and activist action, which is really required. With regards to France, I'm talking of activists here. There were small social movements in France, and these were spearheaded by and for disabled people. And in this social movement, may I remind you that there were professionals who basically supported supported these movements. So all this improved accessibility in society, and there were many people who were participating in the society, many disabled people who could participate. So these social movements contributed to deinstitutionalization. So the fact that a person can live in an ordinary environment, that means outside institutions, outside the walls of institutions, with adequate supporting measures. And this idea currently is a common idea. You can actually say this freely, and this was not the case 10 years ago. And I'm not sure if it's really become commonplace. But may I say that this is a choice for many people. I'm not saying this is the case for all people, but it's the case for many people. These militants, in fact, were changed their perspective through their activities, their skills, and they destigmatized disability and made the society more accepting. And they also strived to establish new laws and uphold these laws. So these laws were really the levers of change for our society. And I've just been asked to restrict my intervention for 20 minutes, so I'm going to do so. So we had the legislation on accessibility, deinstitutionalization, destigmatization, and and all this has contributed to make progress. Now, we also observe that we are far from being far from having found a solution, but I feel that there are other possible avenues that we can explore, and this is why I would really like to talk about knowledge and experimental knowledge. All right. I would like to say that many of us insist on recognition of skills, and I think there was a misunderstanding here. Very often, in order to recognize, you first of all need to know. If you do not know what we're talking about, if we do not know the experience of the others, we can't recognize that action or that experience. So it's important to know before recognizing. And it's really not easy to recognize someone's skills because we don't listen, but that listening is something that we can work on. But it also it's not easy to put words on an experience. And many surveys have shown that it's difficult to put everything in words. And it's not always something that's conscious. And let me give you an example. Most of us here have some kind of experience, basic experience, like tying your shoelaces. There are many people who've learned to tie their shoelaces, but many of us know that, but many people cannot explain in a systematic way how to do that. And this is clear why experimental knowledge is really hard to be recognized.
Because those people that have practical knowledge know how to use it. Sometimes they are able to say how they go about it very well, but others not at all. And when you want to teach a child, for example, how to tie their shoes, you can show them, and a lot of people don't say anything and they don't explain with words. So what does this mean? This means that we're capable of recognizing someone who knows how to tie their shoes, but we don't know exactly how they go about it. How do they get this knowledge? They can't even tell you properly. So this is the problem with experiential knowledge. Many people have experiential knowledge, but they're unaware that they have it. It's just routine for them. And once this becomes a routine, they just don't pay attention to how they do it anymore. And they're therefore no longer capable of explaining how they do it. And that doesn't mean that their shoes won't be tied properly. And that's how it goes. My second important point, having to do with knowledge, is that there are many people that say all knowledge is equal. Okay, this is an ethical issue here. And I would like to say that, in my opinion, it's a lot more complex than that. Of course, I agree on equality. But I think that in practice, that's not how it works for anyone, any of us. And let me give you a second example that is very easy to understand, okay? But it will make it easier for us to understand each other. In the morning, I think many of us need coffee to wake up, and not just getting out of bed or a cold shower, but they need coffee. So I would like to use the example of coffee. In daily life, when you make coffee, I mean, you know how to make it. I don't, but a lot of people know how to make coffee. And you don't need to know the chemical formula behind how it percolates or how it's made, the chemical reaction of the coffee beans or whatever, the powder with water. I mean, you can make it. It tastes good based on your experience, based on your taste and how you go about it. What I mean by that is that in daily life, you don't need necessarily scientific knowledge. It's not even useful to do what you want or get what you want. And what's the priority for you is your experiential knowledge. So I wanted to stress that experiential knowledge is superior to scientific knowledge because it's useful, it's relevant, and it allows you to make coffee. But at the same time, scientific knowledge and technical knowledge can be very useful when you want to invent the very first coffee machine, or you want to invent a factory to manufacture coffee machines. That's another thing. So sometimes different knowledges are opposed or in competition, and I think that most of the time they're not for the same purpose. They're not used the same way. So why couldn't they come together? You're not looking to reach the same objectives with these different kinds of knowledge. So experiential and scientific knowledge or academic knowledge are not the same. They're not identical. They're both useful, but for different purposes. They are of different natures. You don't build up that knowledge the same way. But in my opinion, they are complementary to each other. There's another type of knowledge mixed up with scientific or academic knowledge, which is erudition, the fact that you've read a million books. Well, that may be useful, but it doesn't help you if you want to build a factory to make coffee machines. Or, okay, great, you could do a review of the literature on how coffee is made around the world, or you could use your reasoning with all of these arguments about coffee. Fine, but that doesn't allow you to do everything else. So erudition doesn't mean the same thing as academic or scientific knowledge. It doesn't mean that there is not an interrelation and they can be hooked up. On the contrary. But if you want things to be relevant, you have to think about what your objectives are and how you can use these different types of knowledge to attain your objectives. So this idea that all knowledge is equal as a principle, whereas in real life we sort out all these different types of knowledge to determine what is useful to us or not on a daily basis. I mean, all day long we go, oh, that's the kind of knowledge I need, or this is what I should be thinking of, because we know what we need in daily life. I think I'll stop with that about knowledge, what I had to say about that. I'm interested in rare experiential knowledge and the recognition of that knowledge. Because I think, and this is what I was asked to talk about, is what is the relationship between experiential knowledge, recognition, and social change. I think that recognition of experiential knowledge, such as making coffee, is not worthwhile. I mean, everybody knows that your parents teach you, schools could teach you, you can even see on YouTube how to make coffee if you want. So experiential knowledge can be handed down on coffee making or tying your shoes. Probably you could find some kind of training tool on YouTube, but all of that is possible. On the other hand, there are people who have rare experiences. And that's where things get important, because usually these types of knowledge are less recognized or not recognized. But if we knew they were there and we recognized them, it could change the world. Let me give you a new example from everyday life. Some of us, when we learned how to walk on the sidewalk, maybe you remember when you were a young child and your parents or other people explained to you, don't walk on chewing gum on the sidewalk, don't walk in doggy poop either on the sidewalks, and don't run into a lamppost. And when you're 3 or 4 years old, it's kind of hard to concentrate walking along the sidewalk and doing all that. So learning requires concentration, but from age 30, 40, 45, it's just such a cognitive routine. We're used to concentrating, and we walk along the sidewalk, and we're able to walk over the poop or miss the chewing gum, and we don't even think about it. It's become natural. So it's unconscious. We just do that. It's an involuntary reaction. So we have a lot of knowledge in common, a lot of experiential knowledge in common, such as how to walk properly down a sidewalk. All of this is inside a person, but there are people with much rarer experiences, such as people using wheelchairs and going down the sidewalk. There, knowing how to use a wheelchair to get along the city streets is not taught in school. It's not taught by your parents usually. I mean, I don't think they have tools to learn about that on internet either, and the media doesn't explain that to people either. However, you're going to have to find some way to figure out how to get down that sidewalk in your wheelchair. It's true that we have something in common when it comes to knowledge, such as don't walk on chewing gum, but it's slightly different because it wouldn't be on your shoe, the heel of your shoe, it would be on the wheels of the wheelchair, and then your hands would get into it if you're in a wheelchair. Another example of something that could be very important is to know when the sidewalk stops and there's a curb. Because if you're going too fast, it could be a problem when you fall off the curb. And likewise, when it rains, a lot of times, certain sidewalk areas can be very slippery and you have to be very careful. A lot of times people don't look, and often there are those places for wheelchairs to go down, those ramps on the sidewalk. I think that most people that walk down the sidewalk don't even know where that area is for people with wheelchairs to get across streets. Whereas, can you imagine, all those people in wheelchairs know exactly where those places are where their wheelchair will be able to get them across the street. So you can be in the same world, in the same situation, walking down the same sidewalk, but not have the same experience. And that's where it's important, because you have to take others into account. If you can take into account diverse knowledge, human diversity, then you have to think of the sidewalk as not something just objective that's there, but that behind that there are many, many different experiences with walking down the sidewalk. And if you don't understand it that way, then you won't be able to change the world for those persons who have rare experiences. So often these rare experiences are just neglected, set aside, because they're part of someone's experience. And people will say, oh, that's subjective. That's their subjective experience. People say that all the time. But in this case, with the sidewalk, that's objective. I mean, not all experience is subjective. It's much more complex than that. Experiences are something you build up in life. What I mean by that is that you learn, you concentrate not to walk on the gum on the sidewalk or in doggy poop, or run into lamps on the street. All those things you learn that become routine, that are part of your experience on a daily basis that you don't think about anymore, are taken into account automatically. It's like a reflex. But in our experience, if you are people walking on your two legs, you're not going to pay attention to the ramps where people with wheelchairs can get down off the sidewalk and cross the street, or other areas of the sidewalk. So there are many things we don't learn through our experience. Okay, we can learn these things, such as gum on the street, but we don't all have the same thing to look out for. It's not a common experience. So if you want to understand each other, if you want to respect each other, you have to take the time to understand other people's experiences. Otherwise, I don't think it's possible to have comments or things in common, because how could you think of a world that would welcome everybody in humanity and a wider diversity of people? You can't just apply the law. You can't just make the sidewalk user-friendly or wheelchair-friendly, because this sidewalk example involves a lot of diverse experiences in actual fact. So we build up experience. It turns into routines on a daily basis, but it came earlier from our learning in the past. So rare experiences also have something about them that is quite particular. Parents, school, internet can't really tell you everything. It's experience that explains to you in the future how to avoid these pitfalls on the sidewalk. And so, in fact, the problem is how can we understand each other at a deeper level, and not just, I like you, I want to hang out with you, but trying to understand someone is different. Everything we've been doing here is really important. We have to go on, recognize rare experiences, rare knowledge, understand it, appreciate it. It must be recognized. We need it to be recognized, and we need it to be disseminated, circulated, just like you would find in the media, or you would see in a film, or you could find on internet, so that we're not just talking about the everyday life of standardized human beings that is part of mainstream culture. We need culture for everyone and not just standard mainstream culture. So if you have a real democratic project to include all citizens in our life, in society, then you have to use, of course, all traditional knowledge, all of the knowledge from our fights and militancy, and also build experiential knowledge based on rare experiences, make that recognizable, and that way we perhaps could redesign society in a new way. Thank you for your attention. We're going to go on with Jean-Marc Le Gagneux and Karen Le Butin. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I can't really see you. My name is Jean-Marc Le Gagneux. I'm a peer worker and have been for 20 years. I was previously homeless, and I also was psychiatrist. I am here with Karen Butin because, in fact, both of us were recruited by the High Authority of Health, HAS, 2 or 3 years ago to work on a recommendation. The High Authority of Health makes regular recommendations, and 3 years ago they decided to work on an issue that is related to this conference, i.e. service user participation. Why did they do that, whereas previously they were mainly interested in health matters? Well, in fact, the High Authority of Health received all of the evaluations from the psychosocial and social sectors through a merging of their different entities. So the High Authority of Health became in charge of social issues and social work and medical social work as well. And at that point, they decided to set up a working group with experts to issue recommendations of good practices on participation of service users and social service users, and we had 18 people in this working group, and some of them were all there working on these recommendations, and there were 180 people who applied for a position with this working group, and only 18 of us were selected. I was because of my experience. And then we were recruited to be members of the working group, and in the end, why are we talking here at this conference is something I'd like to share with you, and I'd like to share with you the reason we're saying what we're saying. There were a lot of things that were negative in our experience with this working group. And with Karen, we thought, well, we've been working 1.5 years with this working group. And at that time, it was interesting. We met other people, and we had already met each other, and we started talking about what we could do. So on my side, I use my experiential experience all the time. I wasn't really into the theoretical aspect of all this, which Karen is more specialized in. I was interested sort of from afar in the theory. Karen got me more interested in that. And together, we decided to give our feedback, find a tool that the High Authority of Health uses to provide them with our experience after 1.5 years of work with this working group. We said, based on this experiential experience, highly targeted on this precise issue of working on a recommendation, to write an article that would be academic in nature, based purely on our own experiential knowledge and the skills we had acquired over time. That was the objective. So we're only at the drafting stage. Our article is not yet completed. We wanted to come here to share with you sort of the headlines or the main gist of our article. We will still need a few more months to finalize it, and we are being supported in this process, this writing process, by quite a few researchers and professionals. I won't say who they are, but they are giving us support. We will say when we publish the article. We figured it would be a good idea at this point, if we want our knowledge to be recognized by academics, to in fact get some feedback from those people who are used to working in the field, and that's what they're going to give us. Karen. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I've met many of you here over the last few days, and as Jean-Marc said, I'm Karen Butin, and I'm here to present as an expert by experience my role in this High Authority of Health working group that we're talking about here. I have autism, and I wanted to let you know that I'm an autistic person, because I think it was part of why Jean-Marc and I have complementary knowledge. I'll try to remain brief. As was said earlier, we participated in working on this recommendation, and we publicly, it was validated by the college in July 2020. The High Authority of Health in France is a public authority. They're supposed to be independent, scientific, and they are a legal entity. They have legal entity status. They were created by law in 2004 under the Social Security law, and the purpose is of a scientific nature. The High Authority of Health has a website with their organizational chart. Several colleges with 8 members, different specialized departments, and 5 operational departments. The legal status is a public independent authority, and it is supposed to be highly independent. If I'm correct, it's the highest administrative authority in France. They have 3 main missions: evaluate, recommend, and measure. Now, these values are: they commit themselves to scientific rigor and independence, they cooperate with all stakeholders in concert and in transparency in the collective interest of all citizens, and the values are solidarity, equality, for the health system. And now to get to the recommendation, the High Authority of Health has a special department for engaging users, and they have a council for health service users. I think it was in 2019 they created that. I'm not sure, but I would like to talk to you about the activity report for 2019 on this Council for Health Service Users. They talk about methods. They talk about one chapter, methods to improve dialogue and essential knowledge, necessary knowledge for us. Let me read 2 excerpts. If you want a method, you have to design it. What are the rules governing the design of methods to implement dialogue between knowledges? This dialogue is crucial for engaging users or user engagement in terms of dialogue, knowledge, and the improvement of our action must guide us. As often, you have to evaluate the effects as well as the process themselves. This is why we need evaluation tables to determine the results. Now, when the Council for User Engagement was set up and users got involved in this, they wanted to make sure that the working group we were in took place properly, but the conditions of effective participation or meaningful participation of persons, were they really there when the recommendation was drafted? Couldn't it be feared that this recommendation would simply be the result of work previously done that they just fed to us? In other words, let me go into a few details just so they understand. The important effects are as follows, in my opinion. After working and after warning the Council on Service User Engagement about the things that were going wrong, I wrote a 4-page letter to this Council for User Engagement on the 20th of April 2020 to inform them and warn them. This letter was sent via email, via the co-chair of the working group. I received absolutely no answer, no even acknowledgement of receipt for my letter. I got very upset, and after talking about it with Jean-Marc, that I got to know better at this point, we decided to write to our president, the President of France, and we sent an email with our arguments, and we sent it 2 weeks before the deliberations of the college to approve the recommendation. The president of the High Authority of Health, sorry, it wasn't the president of France, it was the president of the High Authority of Health, who actually did respond, and she asked that the president of the Council for User Engagement answer me. And they decided to defer the approval of the recommendation by 1 week following our letter. Then they added a sentence to the recommendation after our letter was received. They said, in spite of everything, there are people who oppose this recommendation. And they said, this recommendation is designed to be completed with other documents and adequate tools, depending on the contexts and activities, so as to facilitate its implementation. And it is designed to evolve over time based on feedback and experience. So I think that this was a bit exceptional, but for me, it was an exceptional experience, I think for Jean-Marc too. And we decided to inform the working group of everything we were doing because we wanted to be transparent about it. You know, I mean, we wrote this letter on the side and we wanted the working group to know. At least for me, it was something totally new in my life. I'd never done anything like this before. So this experience made me think about the new challenges behind experiential knowledge we're talking about here today. Experiential knowledge, couldn't it be considered, or at least I hope, as a resource, an analytical resource to rethink professional practices, both in institutions as well as in authorities and bodies of importance, like we're talking about with the High Authority of Health. To conclude, I believe that our life experience shows that a consensus at the High Authority of Health is not an easy thing. And what is the true value of the action of the High Authority of Health? As Jean-Marc was saying, we wanted to give our feedback on this experience, and we are going to write this article together that is going to be on an academic level. I personally hope that this article will be a first step towards recognition of experiential knowledge as an analytical resource. Thank you. Yes. So now we're going to share with you our actual experience on site, and this will be developed in our article. In fact, it was the very first day, day one. It was pretty tough. We got there at the High Authority of Health, and you know, like anybody knows, people go around the room and introduce themselves. And what did they do? Well, it was supposedly 50% users, 50% professionals. Well, equal. And we always talk about cross-participation. In other words, you explain who you are to someone you don't know, and then that person introduces you. You know, it's kind of an introductory game you see often in seminars. I have 20 years experience in participatory projects, so the first day, we didn't sort of skip it, but it was clear that the first day, our experience, our expertise, our identity was taken away from us. We weren't allowed to introduce ourselves. The area of expertise we had was unknown to the other members, i.e., we had each other's resumes, but we weren't recognized as experts in the group. That's one thing. And then the recommendation was supposed to be designed based on inspiring feedback from users. They actually sent us a questionnaire. It was a highly used method. They asked for calls for contributions to all of the institutions, social institutions, about user participation. What have you got on site? How did you set this up? People filled out questionnaires. I think there were 150 questionnaires returned. So first of all, you had to read the answers received, the 150 responses. Can you imagine how many pages of information that was? And then we were supposed to find those experiences that we found the most inspiring, and based on that, we were going to draft the recommendation. The only thing is, the problem was with the feedback. It was just on a declaratory basis. We just made statements. We didn't talk about it. I don't see how we could use this to design the recommendation. 90% of the answers to the questionnaires. I'm sorry, I'm going over time. Please let me finish, because otherwise I'll just walk out. All right. I'm sorry, we're just running behind. I understand. Okay. Thank you. So we were unable, because we didn't get this information and discuss it. 90% of the people there said that they were involved in co-construction of this recommendation. You know that co-construction is a high level of participation, and there was nothing here to do with co-construction. We couldn't believe it. I mean, everybody just wrote statements and said what they thought. People sometimes said, we should investigate this further, but they never sent us any emails back. The recommendation was clearly not based on the feedback given in the questionnaires, and right away we were disqualified. I mean, in this working group, I tried to take the floor the first time, and I said, watch out, you don't seem to be basing this work on the experience and the feedback received, but that wasn't listened to. And then we had other concerns while in this working group. For us, it represented a huge amount of time, hours and hours of reading this stuff, thinking about it, and we were paid for 3 hours worth of presence every 2 months. Plus, with COVID, we had to work remotely, but basically, in terms of our status, we ended up working for free, for peanuts. They didn't even think about the huge amount of work that they were asking us for. It was huge. It lasted 1.5 years. I mean, they didn't realize, or what? They should have given us some kind of a status so that we could work on this and get paid. I had to give up my salary because I was working on this side, because I have a pension, and if I earn too much money, they will take away my pension, and I get into real trouble. And we explained this to them. We said, watch out, we have this status of a person with a disability. We cannot receive income or compensation for this. We have to find some other way of consideration. And we were prohibited right from the beginning of the work on the recommendation. I couldn't believe it. It's absolutely outrageous. Right from the beginning, they explained to us, well, no, we are not going to be working together as a group. We will not be working collectively. They said that. We had each other's emails, but we didn't have the right to answer all. We could only talk to each other one-on-one. There was nobody was allowed to have any debate or any discussion outside of the working group on site every 2 months when we were physically present. So we were prohibited from working collectively outside of the hours we had to be present to think about this.
So we started noticing that there were strange things happening in the working group. We had someone who came in as a user, an expert user, and in the middle of the recommendation was actually on the side of the professionals. So this was very strange, and we noticed that well, I've got no time. Now, the various alerts we sounded on the 1st of May, I said that this is, I thought this was something very participative. It's a mistake, but it's not a problem. We tried to work together and in good faith. But again, I sent an email to everyone. I did not get an answer. And this is precisely why we alerted the council and then the president of the High Authority of Health. And it continued because in this working group, people were intelligent, very competent, and everyone noticed that these recommendations were very poorly designed. And there were so many positions within the group, so there were so many oppositions as well. But there was another problem with regards to the experts or recruitment of the experts within the working group. The user experts were basically chosen by the co-president and co-chair, and the experts, the professionals were also chosen by the co-president of the experts. So at some point of time, there was some discussion, there was some opposition, and very quickly we noticed that there was a major conflict of loyalty within the group. And this is precisely why these recommendations were basically validated. We were the only one who voted against. A person who was in the user community explained to the co-president that she would vote yes because she was her friend. So we had such practices. This was a really bizarre case which was not participative, it was not co-designed. I know that this experience was very difficult, but you really have to conclude so that others can also speak. This is a complex case. To conclude, one of the stakes in such situation is the evaluation, the assessment of participants, which is colossal because we noticed that every time we tried to write to someone, they weren't answering us. People had a very disdainful approach towards us. I've been working in this field of social policy for more than 20 years, and I was never treated like this. I was instrumentalized, but people were at least basically doing it in good faith. But this was clear, people were disdainful, and there was a problem of competence within this department. And these recommendations were designed by people who were not competent to do so and who were not open enough to see that and realize this. Thank you so much. So we're now going to move to Jean-Luc Simon, who is going to talk about peer intervention for emancipation. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you to the organizers. I know that Patrick is missing, but he might come back. Now, I'm really happy to be here, and it means that it's the return to pre-corona times. But in spite of people wearing the masks, this is the first time I'm actually talking in a conference since corona. Now, I've lived in Lyon for a few years, and I remember that Lyon is well known for its gastronomy. So that's great. You're doing really well, and at least in terms of food. So I had an accident in Lyon 38 years ago, and I've also worked. I started working in the field of medico-social affairs, in the field of psychiatry. I was an educator, and I was basically doing internships in various hospital establishments. And I had a car accident near Bourg-en-Bresse, and I was paraplegic. And I was dismissed for inaptitude, and I was re-educated at Henri Gabriel. Now, the first thing when I experienced all this, you see, I was always working by saying that I really want to basically cater to the needs of disabled people. I want to protect them. I want to further their cause. I want to support them and help them to live a dignified life. And actually, I have stark memories of people I met. And one day I had a car accident, and I discovered the world of disability, and I realized that we have to change. I discovered the conditions of life that I did not even suspect. So we're all in charge of representing something or the other. We're all in charge of representation. But at that time, I was in charge of standard representation, and I thought that disabled people had needs. And when I was a disabled person myself, the expectations, my needs were not properly estimated and assessed and taken into account. So there was a complete distortion of perception. And from that point of time, I had a new position. I tried to understand all this, and I tried to understand why I was dismissed, whereas there was a legislation that protected disabled people from getting laid off in the event of a disability. So we talked of the 2005 legislation that provides for so many things, but unfortunately it does not have the right basis of inspiration, but it's going to change, but it'll take time. Anyway, things are moving ahead. You see, I came here in a train, and I can actually move easier. Things are much better. But again, there's so many silly things. And we talk of participation, which is the subject, the core of my presentation. It's this absence. So I went to the toilets yesterday. I don't know where. I think it was in which station. I think it was Gare de Lyon in Paris. I went to the toilet, and these toilets were perfectly equipped with disability access. And I think this should be part of a norm, and people basically able-bodied people tend to use disabled toilets because they're really large and spacious, so it should become a norm. And anyway, all this is changing, but it is changing, and there is the toilet was spacious, but there were so many defects. And I took the photo, and I think I will publish this in some post. Now, the small thing that's missing in disabled toilets is a kind of hanger a little hook to hang your coat, and it was really very, very high. And if actually people had, again, the hand dryer was also very high, so very hard to reach. So again, you needed 40 years to make sure that toilets are accessible, but they're still not. We are still not yet. We're not still not there. And all this is due to lack of participation. And we really have to train people to see disability with different eyes in order to open up the doors and windows of society so that we understand things, the real issues. So from my experience, I can assess certain things to make sure that disability facilities are adapted. Now I'm in front of the steps. I'm here. I want to cross, but it's not because I really want to go there. It's just because I'm here to speak. But most of the people who would go, who will see me in a wheelchair, and they will think that I want to get down the steps, and people would just to carry my chair and carry me away. But you see, I don't need this help, and how can I do so? How can I get rid of someone who wants to render a favor? You see, if someone wants to harm me, I can actually get rid of him, but someone who is good intentioned, how can you do that? It's very complicated, because first of all, you really shouldn't disappoint him and be mean to him. But you see, people say that disabled people are such a pain in the ass. But again, you have to go above all this. We really need to be extremely diplomatic, which I'm not. I'm as blunt as a spoon. But we change with life. But we really need to train people, and you need to dare to train people, because you need to discover life in the shoes of a disabled person. And again, there were researchers that were published. You can find books on all this. I've published books, and I've published an article recently that will appear in a review that I did not even hear of, that I hadn't even heard of. You please read it. It's really good, and it should be accessible. So it's all about thinking about how I became autonomous. Once in the 1990s, I met someone called Robert Ederbergs, who was called the Pope of independent living. And he was one of the first to have a pioneer action. And you actually heard of the actress of the main character of the film, Acceptant, that you should see, because it's basically pioneer film. It's actually irrigating the whole world. You've heard Nadia Haddad. Nadia Haddad spoke about this independent living movement, and it's Ederbergs who was the pioneer of this movement. Now, when I met him, I was very young, paraplegic, and I came to the station saying that, can you help me, but you're late, and it's not 45 minutes, you're 2 hours late. But again, we tried to do what we could, and I was really not very comfortable, and I saw him come with his two assistants, and I went with him to Nancy from Paris, and I saw how he managed things. The employees were saying it's not possible, it's too complicated, and he comes with a huge electric chair with a ventilator, and he basically persuaded everyone in a very authoritative manner. He was charismatic. He had some kind of authority aura around him. And I don't know if you remember Marcel Neuss. He was pretty much the same. He was, he could actually move mountains with his will, and with the help of his assistants. So for me, this was the turning point. I said, this is it. So there is an attitude. And now, if I come somewhere saying that this is not accessible, I'm disabled, can you please help me? I said, no. When I go somewhere, I said, oh gosh, you've got a problem here, because how are you going to help me overcome this problem? Because this is not my problem, but this is your problem. Either you've got to move things, you've got to adapt things, you've got to carry me. And this is what I did at University Lyon 2. In the inclusive education group in the 1990s. The course was on the fourth floor there was no lift, and every time I came it was a bit complicated, and my colleagues, you see, would actually carry me to the fourth floor, and I was so glad, and I said, okay, it's not a problem for me, disability access, it's a problem for the others, for the able-bodied people. So it's this attitude, this posture, when you change it, it changes everything, because from this you are independent, because you're no longer you're deciding, I am deciding, I'm the one on the driving chair, and you really have to reaffirm this position, and you can only and it's my peers who actually taught me everything. It's people who were disabled. They helped me understand what autonomy is, and to be autonomous, you really have to take charge of the situation, because it's very complicated, and it's so complicated that you're in a small manual wheelchair and you basically moving around. You're still very autonomous, you see. But when you see in the Parisian buses the force you need to find a place, to get yourself respected, to command respect, and also basically travel in right conditions. One day, I could really not get out of the bus, and it was a really terrible situation, and the bus driver said, asked a lady to move, and the lady said, I hope you die because of your disability. And I've actually heard terrible things like this. But now, I tell young people, take the bus, you're going to meet people, and you really shouldn't be fighting against all this. And you see, and this is just the adventurous part of being disabled. I can talk about it because I'm very autonomous, and this could be the case for so many other people as well. But with my capacity, you see, it's a game. I play around. It's an adventure. As one of my people, I said, my coach I met in a hospital when I was being rehabilitated, he did so much for me. He helped me regain my muscle strength and gain a certain level of autonomy. And he was my coach. And people who are disabled, actually, they elevated me. In the beginning, I had no faith, and I said I could never. You see, I could never live as a disabled person. I would commit suicide. But after I met this person and I was rehabilitated, I discovered so many things, and I thought, from now, I'm trying to pass on the knowledge. And we're talking of participation here. There's one factor which I wrote in the article. It's this struggle, this rapport de force. I was dismissed without any explication for being inept. And then I am in a society that tells me to work, and I don't have a job. So I said, I've got a disability allowance, and I'm going to try and basically work for civil society, and I will continue doing that. And yes, the major files are on the agenda. So what we're doing today is all about participation, it's working for inclusion, peer experience, empowerment. All these concepts basically are being discussed and have been taken seriously in so many other fora, and this is becoming a fashion slogan. Yes, it's great. We've come here, and it's only the beginning, and participation that basically made these lovely contributions should also work when we're implementing all this. Now, it's not easy because there is a struggle for power. I like the word empowerment. It's what the Canadian French also use. I'm basically contributing, and I am enjoying it for the past 40 years. I'm trying to change things, and that's great. And it's going to, and I'm enjoying this. It's the fact that I'm doing it is the most important thing. Doing is important because you are taking action, concrete action, even though it's a minor contribution. So this is like the bonsai concept. Even if it's small, it's fine. You've done it and you're satisfied. And that's how you contribute, because you have contributed to a global approach to something global. And you are ordinary human beings just like others who have made a contribution. But again, social workers, be careful. It's not taking the easy way out, but it's going to create a lot of problems. But it's actually part of your job as well, because the expert users would say, no, I don't think this is not the way we see things. So you see, you will never realize, even if you sit on a wheelchair, on a wheelchair, you will not actually gain the feeling of being disabled. So again, there are so many things you need to do. There is accessibility and everything. Yes, it's a pain, but it's gratifying. It's all about making difficult choices as well. And it's always going to be difficult to do with. You see, you have to work with people who don't see things your way. If you want to do something for disabled people, it's not going to be complicated. But doing it with able-bodied people who don't see things the same way, that is the difficult bit. And sometimes you can't even criticize all this because it was all done for us, and we're not happy. So it's a bit. You see, generosity is the hardest prison to break free from. You have to continue being generous, but let's be very vigilant. When you're generous, it's problematic. Generosity should not create a prison around you. And unfortunately, this is the case. Institutional care is very generous, not only, but let's look at it another day. So thank you so much. Thank you for your kind intervention. Right. Very, very good speakers and great presentations. Perhaps we can answer a few questions.
Bonjour.
Hello. I'm Louise Poulain, and I was so eager to intervene. I'm an ergotherapist, and I work for the public health services as well. And I just wanted to talk about occupation, the science and occupation, because you are saying everything that we're supposed to do.
You talked about
experiential knowledge, walking on sidewalks. Grace talked about how she shops and manages her impulses. Now, there is something called as occupational science, and I think you really need to make a link between experimental knowledge and you talked about adaptation of toilets, so ergotherapists should also adapt the environment of people so that they're autonomous. And we also basically draw from occupational sciences where we find the tools to do all this. And I think there is some kind of complementarity here. There are ergotherapists who work in developing precise models. So I think there is something we can do here to make a distinction between experimental knowledge and why we're doing all these activities, and in terms of ability, in terms of environment.
Donc voilà, je voulais vraiment.
So
Je pense qu'il y avait vraiment quelque chose à travailler à ce niveau-là en termes de sciences de l'occupation. Parce que les ergothérapeutes, ils sont censés pouvoir expliquer très clairement comment on fait ces lacets en fonction.
How can we resolve all this depending on the problem at hand? And they're supposed to adapt the toilets, ensure disability access. So everything you're talking about should be done by ergotherapists, and they should be in a position to provide a solution. Any further questions, please?
C'est possible d'augmenter le volume
Can you increase the volume, please?
Allez-y.
Yes, please.
M'entendez là?
Can you hear me?
C'est mieux ou pas?
Yes, we can hear you. No, we can't hear you. Yes, it's much better now.
D'accord, très bien. Donc, simplement pour dire, je pense que
I just wanted to say that there is a link between your presentations, and I'd like to thank you for that. El Gardien also talked about equality of knowledge.
C'est la question de qu'il n'y a pas d'égalité des valeurs.
In fact, there is no equality in the value of experimental knowledge. What we should look for, what we should strive for is an equality in status. It's about having the same position as that of the people with whom we are working with or co-building something. So it's about a relationship with the other person. Can we actually say that it's about recognizing the knowledge of the user?
Un gestionnaire, un cadre. Alors, cet élément-là, c'est un pilier, je pense, des principes de vie autonome.
Alors, independent living. We can actually hear you, but we can't see you. It's, I think, a problem with my system. I don't know how to show myself. So this is what I wanted to tell you, but if you want to react, please do so, because this is a political report of equality of status. We should be remunerated when you are co-building something.
Jean-Luc.
Yes, Jean-Luc. Right. This is an old question, and it has not been resolved. And there was a lot of research done on this subject. There's so many benchmarks that are available, and we really have some good base here. But we could never adopt it. And the question has been raised in every meeting: what status, what function? Now, after all the experience over the past 20, 25 years, the status, it's the notion of There is no single status. We have to invent something which has its place between exclusion, where disabled people are often in, and the ordinary citizens and professionals. So there is this place between the two and midway, and I think it's here where we have our place. It's a new status, it's new training, and I think, how can I get a small salary without my benefits being taken away? So you really you have to be remunerated about 2,500, 3,000 euros, which is not. I'm not saying that we should have the same salary as these people at the Economic and Social Council, a tax-free salary of 2,500 euros, but something like that. It's a question of political decision. It's not about black or white. It's something in the gray region, which, for me, the function of an emulator peer is not something that we can do with or do without. We are a peer, we then become an emulator, and then we get on with our lives.
Yes, I wanted to say that I feel like I'm in exactly the same position. I'm in the near future going to try to figure out how I can balance this out, how to be in the right position so that I don't earn too much money, so that I can still receive my disability pension. I mean, it is really a problem. I'm really wondering about this because I haven't moved on this, but I have a project. I am going to apply for a Category 2 disability pension because I'm also am a lecturer at the University of Lyon, and I'm going to get a restricted or a limited number of hours that I cannot exceed. Otherwise, I will lose my total disability pension. And this is a choice, even though I'm not a tenured professor, because I have no, security, job security with this university. But I was recognized as having a 90% in disability or incapacity, and so I'm at a high level of pension. So I think I have a lot of autonomy. I accept my illness. I chose that I chose initially not to accept a disability pension because I knew I could work, or I thought I could work. I did work 2 years in high school as a project manager for international projects, but they wouldn't renew my contract. I had a short-term contract, and they wouldn't renew it because I have a disability, and therefore I was discriminated against. So I've had to put up with that. And I mean, really, I wasn't even supposed to work with someone who's 90% incapacitated, Well, I wanted social relations. I wanted to find my place in society, and I wanted to work. Okay, maybe I also wanted to get people to understand that I could still be a student, because I fell ill, very, very ill. And when I say ill, I'm talking about having to use an electric wheelchair. So when I got it happened to me when I got my master's. I had, started my thesis, and then my health just kept going downhill. And I started this thesis, and I kept working on it because it may seem ironic, but I knew that if I didn't hurry up and work on it, I probably wouldn't get it done, and I knew that I couldn't become a human resources manager. I couldn't become a recruiter anymore like I had planned to. It's all these little things. You have to rethink your life. And I think it's a lot harder for a, quote, healthy person, harder for us than for a, quote, healthy person. It's quite complicated. That's how I would answer the question. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Let's go on with our presentations. Julia Tran would like to say a word first, though. Yes, I wanted to mention that if you haven't taken a headset for translation, please do so, because we should have some speakers in English. And on behalf of the organizers of the conference and our coordinating committee, I would like to say that there was a problem this morning and this afternoon, a confrontation with Cap 3 and Confcap. We always try to open dialogue to everyone on an equal basis, with all kinds of expertise, all kinds of knowledge, which can create conflicts, which is only normal. But when people are not open to dialogue, and when they do not respect others and they are aggressive, we had to ask a woman to leave today. And I wanted to inform you that we asked this woman to leave to respond to the situation that was extremely aggressive, and tension occurred. So I would like to apologize on behalf of all of the organizers for anyone who experienced this conflict. It's maybe because of our openness. However, this does not excuse the behavior of this woman and the things she said, and particularly the racist things she said. We are ready, willing, and able to listen to everyone who is willing to respect each other in a dialogue together, regardless of their position, as long as we respect each other. Thank you. All right, we are going to hand out headphones for translation for anyone who needs that, and we're happy to welcome Michel Doussin now for his presentation.
Non, ça va ouais. Alors, je n'ai pas l'intention de m'exprimer en anglais, donc le casque n'est pas obligatoire.
I'm not going to be speaking English myself, so you don't need your headsets yet. I have a PowerPoint presentation for you, if you could display it, please.
Je vous rassure, je vais m'en servir de manière très légère.
And
parce qu'on a trouvé ce PowerPoint, cette présentation.
So please go ahead and
sur une clé. Alors, je me présente, je suis donc
My name is Michel Doussin. I'd like to introduce myself.
Yes, he suppose.
Michel Funk, on va poursuivre avec vous. Est-ce que vous êtes là? Bérénice Tedel, est-ce que vous êtes là? Nous allons poursuivre avec vous.
Ah bon, oui, je suis là. J'avais pas compris, je croyais qu'il y avait d'abord la diffusion d'un film, je suis un peu perdue.
Alors,
non, c'est pas ça.
Oui, c'est ça, on va projeter ça et puis ce sera à vous ensuite.
Ok, très bien. Et donc il y a Monsieur Lacan qui est avec moi aussi, qui est en visio aussi.
Très bien.
Oui, je suis là. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
I'm delighted to be able to deliver some remarks at this conference, and I'd like to thank Stephanie, Benoit, Hélène, and members of the droits Coordination Committee for inviting me. As requested, I'm going to focus my remarks on the new World Health Organization's guidance on community mental health services that we recently launched on 10th of June. The reason for creating these documents is simple. We know that mental health services in countries are failing people in countries all around the world. And in many cases, the services are also contributing to extensive and wide-ranging violations and discrimination experienced by people with mental health conditions and psychosocial disabilities. We urgently need a new paradigm for community mental health services that is focused on a person-centered and human rights-based approach. So now a few words about the WHO guidance itself. The new guidance aims to inform all stakeholders of the benefits of community mental health services that respect rights and focus on recovery. Another aim is to demonstrate that it is possible to develop rights-based community mental health services that achieve good health outcomes. And importantly, it aims to inspire policymakers and those responsible for service development to develop or scale up these services and provide the required know-how on how to do that. The WHO guidance is made up of several different documents. Firstly, we have an overall document which sets a global context, outlines the key international human rights standards which countries have obligations to meet, particularly in relation to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as well as the recovery approach. The overall document also provides a dedicated section summarizing the 28 good practice services which we showcase in the guidance as respecting key rights and the recovery approach. The overall document then also explains the steps needed to move towards holistic service provision, taking into account housing, education, employment, and social protection, and presents specific recommendations and action steps for integrating person-centered and rights-based approaches into the health and social sectors. Aside from this overall guidance document, there are also 7 supporting technical packages which readers can refer to if they want to gain a more in-depth understanding of each of the services outlined in the overall document. The technical packages are organized by different service categories so, for example, there are separate packages which include the good practice examples for crisis services, hospital-based services, community mental health centers, peer support services, community outreach services, supporting living services, and comprehensive service networks. And this latter technical package highlights countries and regions that have put in place a combination of services from the categories that I just mentioned to form a comprehensive mental health network, which also interfaces with the social sector. Within each technical package, readers will find detailed descriptions of the good practice services and how they operate, discussion on the practical challenges faced by the services and the solutions that they put in place to address these challenges as they evolved. And each technical package concludes by presenting a series of action steps for people wishing to set up a similar service in their country. On this slide, you will see each of the 28 showcase services in the WHO guidance listed according to the different service categories. It's important to acknowledge, though, that no service fits perfectly and uniquely under one category, since they undertake a multitude of functions that touch upon one or more of the other categories. And we've been sure to reflect this at the start of each of the service descriptions. So what do all these services have in common? Each of the services was selected because it met a number of specific criteria promoting respect for the rights of people using the services. Specifically, we're talking about services that respect people's legal capacity, their choices and decisions about their treatment, care, and support. Services that implement strategies to end the use of coercive practices such as seclusion and restraint, as well as any form of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. We're also talking about services that don't isolate or exclude, but rather that include and involve people in the community and in how the services themselves are run. Services that also promote community inclusion by linking people to relevant community services and support, such as social protection and disability benefits, housing and employment opportunities, amongst many other. And finally, we're also talking about services that provide person-centered holistic care, addressing all important areas of a person's life, including relationships, work, family, and education, rather than focusing solely on diagnosis, medication, and symptom reduction. As I mentioned earlier, there are a number of key recommendations made in this new WHO guidance, which can be found in the overall guidance document. The recommendations specify the key action steps for countries to ensure rights-based community mental health services are integrated into the mental health and social care systems in low, middle, and high-income countries. For example, there needs to be a real political commitment and an increase in funding for developing and scaling up these rights-based services. Legal and policy frameworks need to be put in place at national level that align with the international human rights standards to ensure that the foundation of mental health services are respectful of human rights. Training on human rights, person-centered, recovery-oriented approaches need to be integrated into the health, mental health, and social work undergraduate and graduate course curricula. Data needs to be collected at national and service levels on health and social outcomes for people using rights-oriented community-based mental health services in comparison with traditional services. And funding needs to be increased for research relating to community-based mental health services using a rights-based approach. If you actually look at the literature, there's hardly anything in there. Organizations of people with psychosocial disabilities need to be actively engaged as advisors on policy planning, legislation, service development, and research. I do hope that all of you at this conference will be able to promote this new WHO guidance as widely as possible in France and globally, in order to build on the existing momentum to create rights-based systems for mental health for the benefit of everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in this forum.
Merci beaucoup. Bérénice Tédel, est-ce que vous voulez...
Thank you very much. Bérénice Tédel, would you like to comment on this? Comment on what? The film? I mean, you're here to complete this presentation. Yes, indeed, I am. I am working for the WHO Collaborating Center for Research in Mental Health and Training in Lyon, France. And I'd like to thank the WHO for the presentation they've just made, because these guidelines are essential for mental health teams. These are highly advanced practices, some of them hospital-based, and so this work has made it possible to compare practices, and usually good practices, around the world. So it's really the beginning of something. It was good to do this review, select the good practices, and now what's wonderful is that we need to translate all this into action and circulate it, and we need to offer these as examples of good practices for many other services in France. I don't know if you would like to ask anything else. Are you going to translate this into French? Have you started this, working on this, so that we could find out more about these guidelines? We're talking about that today with the WHO, because I'm going to be explaining our system with Mr. Lacan. We, in fact, had to translate the program into French, and it's true that the WHO does not always have the budget to translate their programs and guidelines in all of the world's languages, so I think it will be a collective effort. We'll have to work on that, and at the WHO Collaborating Center, we could not afford to do that on our own, but it is what we plan to work on in the future, because, of course, everything is in the English language. All right, let's hear from you and Mr. Lacan for your presentation. Yes. Should I share my screen, or?
Oui, c'est ça. Je le diffuse depuis parce que je l'avais envoyé.
I sent it, but do you want to display it, or would you like me to share my screen on Teams?
Alors, je crois que ça n'a pas été reçu. Si vous pouvez nous le faire partager.
Oui, tout à fait.
That would be nice if you could share it with me.
J'arrive, hein, une petite seconde. Est-ce que vous le voyez?
Non, pas encore.
Ah, alors. Pardon. Eh bien, je ne sais pas, parce que moi, je le vois apparaître. Donc, eh bien, je ne sais pas pourquoi vous ne l'avez pas.
Non, apparemment, l'équipe technique ne l'a pas.
Une info pour toi, Bérénice, moi je le vois sur mon ordinateur.
D'accord, donc toi,
Michel Lacan, là.
Tu le vois via Teams?
Oui, oui.
Oui, on le voit, oui.
On le voit, ok. Bon, écoutez, comme on n'est pas...
Voilà, okay, well, let's see what we can do. I know we're in a hurry, so it's going to allow us to work on that. We're here with Michel Lacan to talk to you about the Quality Rights program. Maybe some of you are familiar with it. In 2010, we started this Quality Rights program based on the UNCRPD. And the WHO, they wanted to use this as a basis for quality rights to provide a concrete tool for psychiatry and to improve the respect of human rights of persons in psychiatric institutions and receiving psychiatric care. The Quality Rights program is based on two pillars. The rights of persons, individual rights, and recovery. which is a big topic in mental health today. Now, today, I did introduce myself, and I'm going to give Michel Lacan the floor, who is one of our observers on site in connection with the evaluations done with quality rights. Please introduce yourself. Yes, my name is Michel Lacan. I'd like to say hello to Mr. Doussin because we're both members of the UNIFAM family organization, and we know Berenice. I've met her several times at WHOCC, and I was lucky enough to be involved in one of these quality rights groups as an observer. So I'm going to try to explain what this quality rights program is to you. All right, yes, the two of us are going to give a little duet presentation. I won't go into all the technical details so that I can tell you what we actually do in the field during these evaluations. It's a program designed by WHO based on a certain number of documents that makes it possible to go out and conduct evaluations and observe what's going on in different hospitals, usually 2 or 3 units in the hospital. There are 8 observers coming from different horizons. I'll tell you more. And the objective is to spend time in the psychiatric units, at least 2 days on site. We don't sleep there, but we do eat there, and we spend an entire day. Usually 4 go on to one unit and 4 go to another unit. And we do this in a very concrete way. There's a whole method. We spend time in the services, we observe things, and we provide individual interviews. We have an interview guide that is quite detailed. We have interviews with service users and professionals. And then we also interview family members of persons in these hospitals or who were in these hospital units. This program was fully drafted, designed, and at the request of WHO with service user groups and carer groups. It is very concrete. The criteria are very clear, and we will show you these items and very quickly. Yes, I just wanted to add, if you want to go back to the fundamentals in the previous slide, this quality rights program is based on rights and recovery. You said that. But also, it invites mental health teams to take care of the person in a holistic way. You will see the various themes and the various criteria used to evaluate care. One of these themes that really impacted me was that you must offer patients the most possible autonomy possible and full-fledged citizenship. This is why citizenship is so important in connection with this concept, and as a corollary, it's the fight against stigmatization. We need to make patients move from an object of care to a subject of the law. And this means changing everything, a change of paradigm in terms of how patients are cared for. And one last thing, the services we visit are services that request these evaluations. It's voluntary. It's not mandatory. It could be an outpatient service. It could be a hospital-based service. They are the ones that come to the WHO and ask for a team of observers from Quality Rights to come in. And it's because they may be wondering about the way they're organized, or they're wondering about their own practices, or maybe they had a problem and they didn't know how to deal with it. So that's the philosophy behind quality rights. It's voluntary.
I was supposed to come back to it. As I was saying, we have very diverse profiles. There's at least one psychiatrist, one health manager or a nurse, and also a director of hospitals, retired directors who are actually part of our observers, and there's also one or two user experts, a representative of a family or an association, or one or two from the WHO. Depending on the size of the service, we're about 6 or 8. And upstream to these observations, we would be meeting the establishments because they've actually called upon us. They've heard of this approach and they really want to promote the issue of rights in such a department. But we have to first of all explain the approach and explain, as you said, Michel, very rightly so, it's not possible for us to impose anything on the teams. Some of you know certain approaches, certification approaches, like the High Authority of Health, and then you have these French mechanism on deprivation of liberty. So again, our approach is completely different. We are building something, and it's on a voluntary basis. It's like telling the teams, we actually surprise them. We stay with them for 2 or 3 days. We will look at all the quality rights criteria for 2 days, and then we are going to provide them some feedback. So it's a third perspective which has its own value, and it also reflects the period, the moment. Recently, I coordinated an observation in the month of May, so it was during COVID, so there were certain things that we couldn't do, and there were certain things that were not possible due to circumstances. We took that into account, but it was interesting to have this discussion with them. Is it not sometimes very quick to end activities because of COVID? So again, there was some thought on what can we do in spite of the circumstances. So this is what we talked with them. Of course, you can't see the presentation, but I'm going to very briefly go through the themes. There are 5 themes that translate into standards and criteria. So we're going to give you examples with Michel. The themes are very important. Each theme is related to an article of the CRPD. These are very general themes. Right to an adequate life and social protection. So this is within the framework of hospitalization and caregiving. The right to the best physical and mental health, right to exercise legal capacity and be safe, right to not be subjected to cruel treatment, abuse or degrading treatment, right to independent living and inclusion in the society. So these are the major themes. I'm sorry, but can I ask you to start concluding, please? Right, because we're really pressed for time. We're really running late. And I'm sorry to cut short your presentation, so I'm just going to give you certain examples of criteria so that it's concrete. So the criteria of quality rights are very, very concrete. You see, it's like a criteria, like you people using services can actually decide when to get up and when to go to bed. So sometimes all this is very restricted in psychiatric units, and then you've got criteria that are linked to the recovery plan, and then alternatives to isolation, and the professionals are basically trained in de-escalating techniques during crisis. So these are a few examples. Now I'm just going to give you the floor, Michel, because we're going to conclude, and I think you should give them your take as an observer, your take as a quality right observer, and what do we need to say in conclusion. So these observations basically are made on site, and we visit the establishment, we interview a certain number of people, and patients, psychiatrists, nurses, and we are basically able to note certain criteria, and we then provide a written report. And as Berenice said, this is actually done in a very friendly way. We have recommendations. First of all, we insist on the main points, so organizations and practice. And when there is a problem, we try to prioritize the problems, and we give recommendations to the caregiving teams so that we can provide them with a solution, so that we can figure out a solution. Now, as an observer for the association, I think this approach is extremely interesting because it is constructive. It also, and this is something UNIFEM has always defended, we have a global approach and not just a therapeutic approach. And I think the methodology is also very interesting. The observations, the discussions are extremely rigorous, and I think it's interesting that we can have such discussions. For instance, when we are not necessarily trained for this, but I think this would be the future of psychiatry, because over and above the respect of rights, we really want people to get better. There's a real will, because in the discussions we have with the panel of doctors and other caregivers, it's really important for them to have a recovery plan that has been thought out with the patient, and that's an extremely positive aspect. And this is what I'd like to say.
Voilà, donc on va conclure. Si vous souhaitez en savoir davantage, parce que là c'était vraiment très court,
this is a very short presentation. You can find the replay of a webinar on YouTube. So this webinar was organized on the 28th of May. All you need to do is type Quality Rights and CCOMS, and you have a 3-hour webinar which gives you various viewpoints on quality rights, and there's also a panel discussion of observers. So Michel and I were there with other observers as well, and with users. So if you wish to have a more detailed, if you wish to have detailed information on this, you can watch the webinar and you can contact me as well. So we are looking for observers, and we also train observers on a regular basis. Thank you so much.
Donc on va poursuivre avec Monsieur Michel Doussin.
So we're going to now move on with Michel Doussin.
Je ne savais pas que vous auriez droit à un festival UNAFAM. J'en suis désolé.
I'm sorry,
pour ceux qui trouveraient qu'il y a
I'm the only man here, and
on m'a demandé d'intervenir.
So I've been asked to talk.
L'heure étant dépassée, pour présenter une étude assez complexe, assez longue. Je vais en fait me raccrocher plutôt au thème de cette séance en vous parlant du savoir expérientiel que développent des associations comme la nôtre qui sont à l'origine de
associations like mine, which are family associations to start off with. So there are 2 people who actually are on our board. So
je vais vous parler d'une
institution qui fait partie du
paysage de ce qu'on appelle la démocratie sanitaire en psychiatrie, une institution ancienne, qui est née en 1990 et qui est un peu
and it was the fruit of an association like ours. So 1963 was when UNAFAM was created. This is when deinstitutionalization
se produit en France avec fermeture de lits de psychiatrie et les personnes qui ne vont plus dans les asiles entre guillemets, qui sont plus hospitalisées au long cours, où est-ce qu'elles vont? Elles se retrouvent dans leur famille ou à la rue. Et les familles se posent la question, mais on n'a aucune capacité, aucune compétence à jouer un rôle dedans.
Absolutely no competence or skills in managing the health of such people. So this is why we created such associations which would basically have a very critical eye on psychiatry that was developing in hospitals at that point of time. And there was a strong psychoanalytical component, and that says that if your family member is sick, it's your responsibility. And that was basically the thinking. So we had an obligation to build, to have an alternative solution to psychiatry. So we really can't be the person who is torturing and caring for at the same time. So there was also research in neuroscience to understand what's happening, and we can see that there is genetic origin, the influence of environment in psychiatric problems, especially stress at work, occupational stress. So we basically have built a lot because we had no other choice. There was experimental knowledge that developed, and
qui évidemment avait comme cible prioritaire faire évoluer l'institution psychiatrique publique, celle qui a été mise en place avec le système des secteurs où on ne pouvait pas choisir. C'est ce qu'on a toujours dit aux familles. On dit maintenant aux familles que ce n'était pas vrai. Le libre choix du médecin demeure un des fondamentaux de la médecine française. Et quand on vous dit vous êtes attaché à un secteur, ce n'est pas vrai. Vous pouvez demander à aller ailleurs. Donc c'est tout un travail de contestation d'une institution qui cherchait à enfermer dans une position de sujet passif ce qu'on appelait le patient, ce qui est un mot qui en dit long. Donc on crée en 1990 une institution très originale qui à l'époque était non pas composée de 5 membres, mais de 6 membres. Il y avait 2 psychiatres,
one GP, 2 representatives of approved associations, one of people who were ill, and then families, and then a magistrate. And it's only in 2010 that there was a legislation that was adopted, and the position of the magistrate was axed. And this was interesting because we had a bilateral relationship between the representatives of the world, the medical world, and the civil society, the state, and the users. Now, we have this in each region in France, and the mandate has been defined by the ministries. And the mission is very, very vast. It's about examining the situation of people admitted in psychiatric care without consent. So this is what we call hospitalization, forced hospitalization upon the court ruling, upon the request of a family member. So it was basically ensuring the respect of individual liberties and dignity of people on the basis of files and visits to the establishment. So the commission would actually look at the medical file and see what the doctors say to put the person under care, in care. And there was also the regular visits carried out to the establishments. Now, since 2006, these visits are to be carried out twice a year, and it's compulsory. And with the general controller of the deprivation of liberties, he was the one who in charge of psychiatric hospitals, prisons, military prisons as well. And the commission only deals with certain psychiatric hospitals where people can be admitted in a forced hospitalization context. So we had 6 establishments at that point of time, and and then in 2016 there was the controls and there were controls on the seclusion and restraint register. So we were telling about what we did to people, and we were tying them to the beds. So again, there was a potential important body of health democracy in psychiatry.
Après donc un grand nombre d'années, on a fait plusieurs études sur le fonctionnement, puis on s'est aperçu que l'État était clairement en train de tuer
we found that the state was killing this organization.
En 2011, c'était plus la peine. On n'a pas besoin d'une assemblée citoyenne. Non, les juges, c'est très bien, ça suffit. Que d'autre part, c'était un peu poil à gratter parce que c'est l'occasion où les personnes concernées qui sont là avec leur association contestent certaines choses, donc les psychiatres n'aiment pas, et donc le lobby a amené au fait que déjà à peu près un quart de ces commissions ne se réunissaient plus parce que les préfets ne les composaient plus, ou qu'on faisait une réunion de temps en temps, mais absolument pas conformément à la loi. Et donc, on a décidé, nous, de procéder à une étude de l'ensemble des rapports que chaque commission doit produire, et des rapports de visite, et un rapport annuel en faisant la synthèse avec des recommandations. On a lancé donc une pêche à l'ensemble des rapports disponibles.
Basically wanted to retrieve all the reports, and we managed last year and to gather about 154 reports from 2017, 18 and 19, and we wanted to analyze these reports, and then we read these reports and we saw how the general texts were defining the mission and what the reports actually said.
Ça nous a permis de voir que cet organisme un peu original et peu connu déjà fonctionnait, même si une partie d'entre eux est un peu en panne, puisqu'on a constaté que pour 54 commissions qui avaient envoyé leur rapport, il y a eu 350 réunions en moyenne par an, qui avaient visité au total 149 établissements psychiatriques, ce qui montre beaucoup aussi encore d'institutions au sens classique du terme en France. 9000 dossiers vérifiés.
9,000 files were checked. 46,000 measures were checked by the Commission. These are commitment measures to put people in care. And
l'arbitraire peut-être plus important. Elles reçoivent 500
there were
réclamations qu'elles traitent,
500 complaints and 500 patients who were questioned, interrogated and listened to. So 60% of the measures, this sample represented 60% of the 80,000 hospitalization measures that were received annually, that were done annually. Now, I'm not going to comment on the slides. I'm just going to ask you to look at what I've said and read. Now, why are we not accused? You see, the state is very careful of associations. They're very wary of associations. So this is a report.
Il y en a 233, et sur les 233, la plupart sont
most of the
des faits extrêmement graves.
And there are serious cases, serious results. Now, these reports are supposed to be made public, and they should have rung the alarm bells, and the secretariats use.
Mais vous voyez que, par exemple, pour la procédure,
the secretariats are managed by the ARS.
Préliminant, la procédure des soins à la demande de tir en urgence, qui devrait être exceptionnelle, on arrive dans certains départements à 98% d'utilisation de procédures exceptionnelles, donc on se contente d'un seul certificat médical.
So in many cases, there was just one medical certificate for forced hospitalization, which is basically illegal. And you also then there's also so many doctors who were copying and pasting medical certificates without personalizing the medical certificates in light of the patient's condition. Now, again, the Commission.
Simplement les services fermés. Pourquoi on arrive à des situations aberrantes, notamment.
Why do we have such situations where families are saying that the patient was very calm, and why was he actually put on? Why was he tied? Now, there were so many emergencies and crises. You see, it's quite, and this happens in France, you know, people are tied to their beds. And the duration of hospitalization is terrible. It's sometimes 19 years. And we've actually closed down on asylums, so keeping them for 19 years is absolutely terrible.
Soins ambulatoires qui peuvent être extrêmement longs, puisque
now,
le registre d'isolement et la extrêmement mal tenu avec plein de lacunes dans la plupart des cas et très difficile d'accès.
The seclusion and restraint register was not properly maintained. It did not comply with the regulations. There was lack of specific access to facilitate control. There was inability to access patients' medical registers and failure to record a measure with a start date and time and end date and time with a total that cannot exceed 24 hours. So again, there were so many problems. There was inhuman problem. There was a patient who had been in isolation for 12 days, visited by the members of the commission. She was in great pain, and this amounted to inhumane treatment, not justified from a medical point of view. So there was also a lot of problems in terms of the infrastructure. There was problems with leaks, insulation, and heating problems, and all of which lead to hospitalization conditions that can be problematic or even undignified for some patients. Now, security conditions, in one of the reports we had, there was a risk of suicide. There were electrical grids that were accessible, and there were suspension systems that could be used for suicidal purposes. So again, this is what the Commission observed. We also looked at access to knowledge of rights. And we observed that everyone has photocopied the article of the legislation that says that when you are hospitalized in a forced way, you can actually write to the prosecutor, to the various regional authorities, but they don't say how. And there's no paper, there's no pencil, there's nothing. And who knows who the local authorities are? And the Commission said that you really have to explain all this and give more detailed information, because no Commission actually has found someone who explains to the patients who is the judge of deprivation of liberties, who is the magistrate. The person can actually have an audition with the judge 2 days after he's been hospitalized.
Vous êtes privé de lecture. Le technicien, c'est pour le rétablir. Donc voilà. Donc on a dit c'est scandaleux. Il faut que vous expliquiez.
So you really have to explain that there is an access to rights which is possible.
Ah oui, d'accord. Ça c'est juste celui-là qui est en panne. Voilà. Alors, vous voyez donc tout ce qui se décrit dans ces rapports. Mais ce que je ne vous ai pas encore dit, c'est que
So what I've not said is,
à l'origine, et c'est toujours dans les textes, ces commissions ont le même pouvoir que le JLD. C'est-à-dire qu'elles peuvent décider de mettre fin à ce qu'on appelle les mesures, c'est-à-dire de faire sortir la personne.
So they can actually get the person out of the psychiatric hospital. Now we've got 54 commissions, and in 2 cases, and this is once a year, the commission decided to go against the doctors, and they got them out of the forced hospitalization. Why? Because everyone noticed that it was once you want to actually get someone out, you can basically get them back in once the Commission has finished its mandate. So the Commission realized how powerless it was, and it decided to work elsewhere. So there was the general controller for the...
Ce que je viens de vous dire, vous savez, pour ceux qui ont vu des rapports de contrôle, ce que je viens de vous dire...
For the deprivation of liberties, now the controller, he intervenes once every 5 years, and the Commission twice a year, and it receives written complaints, and it also asks written questions to the doctors.
Et donc, progressivement, les commissions ont décidé pour une dizaine d'entre elles, une douzaine maintenant, sur les 54, de faire un travail de service après-vente du contrôleur. Et donc, de mettre à l'ordre du jour, le contrôleur est passé il y a 6 mois, qu'avez-vous fait depuis?
So the controller basically asked the controller asked the hospital authorities what have they been doing for quite some time. So again, it has interesting effects, and there's also a very interesting conversation with a judge in charge of deprivation of liberties. So there are certain conclusions of this study, and this has led to certain recommendations, which gives you an overview of the complaints that have appeared. So again, you have extremely safety conditions that are quite questionable, and again, the prefects who deny people from being released or discharged from these hospitals, in spite of the fact that the doctors have given a positive opinion. So very recently in the press we've heard the copy and paste medical certificates, it's all about dehumanizing the individual in psychiatric practices, the registers that are not properly maintained. And we talked about the general controller, the judge for the deprivation of liberties, and also the self-censorship. Now, I'm just going to finish. The Commission. Let me just look at the crux of the matter now. Now, this Commission
présence d'associations
is supported by associations and has a great expertise. And
la passivité, voire la complicité des médecins membres de la Commission, puisqu'il y en a 3.
There are 3 doctors who are members of the Commission, and they really do not want to shake things too much. The regional health authorities are also very passive, and this is again another problem. And of course, there's a lot of there's a lack of support from the magistrates. Now we're trying to also overcome certain obstacles, and we can see that a quarter of the CDSPs are chaired by associative representatives, and the most incisive reports were written by the associations themselves. And they basically, they're the ones who decided to modify the mandate by working with the Controller General. So now the Controller General does not really carry out a visit without the permission from, without informing rather the Commission. And we've also, they're the ones who establish relations with the lawyers' associations providing the JLD duty. So they're also committed to ensuring dialogues, showcasing the experimental knowledge in the medical field, which is not simple, but which at least actually makes room for progress. And I have finished. I just wanted to say that the study is available on the internet, and there is a press communication in a French newspaper called Libération. There is also an institutional communication at the National School of Magistrature, and we've also written to 3 prefects whose CDSPs were no longer meeting or having legal recourse. And we also have a campaign for a moratorium on restraint, and we continue collecting reports on seclusion and restraint. So you've got 554 reports and 15 additional ones as well. And we are basically ready to make these reports available, especially to researchers, so that they can actually grab the bull by the horns. And it would be a real opportunity to create a functional health dialogue. And we're also working a lot with the legislators. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
On a pris beaucoup de retard, donc on va poursuivre directement avec la
All right, we're going to go right on with the summaries of our 4 workshops. We have our rapporteurs, if you could join us.
Participants de la table ronde, AF Gardien, Jean-Luc Simon, and Michel.
Yes, we have our 4 rapporteurs, Fabrice Gzil, Alice Casagrande, her assistant, in fact, Claire Romaler and Christian Laval. So we are not going to be able to take a break because we are behind schedule, but you have orange juice outside and water and even madeleines to eat. So if you want to go right outside the door and grab some, no problem. If you're hungry or thirsty,
nos différents ateliers, c'est un moment important, en tout cas aussi par les traces qu'il laisse, ce moment. Sur nos précédentes Confcap, ça a été vraiment la base.
We need a trace of everything that was said and done, so that we can report on this and take our collective reflections further and try to work on advocacy based on this. It's important so that people know what happened during all of the workshops, and I'd like to thank Fabrice Gzil, who is the director of the Espace Éthique for the Paris region, the ethical space we have on the national level and at the regional levels. And he will be reporting on the first theme, can the law guarantee autonomy? I won't go on, and I'll just let Fabrice take over.
Je présenterai ensuite les autres.
And then I'll introduce the rest of you in a few minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say that I'm not going to thank the organizers for 2 reasons. First of all, and I'm not going to thank my comrades here either, because 5 hours of debate in trying to report on that in a few minutes, it will be difficult. I was there and attended the 4 workshops. It was quite philosophical, almost like a doctoral certification or something. What does autonomy in life mean? Is it part of a liberal view, a rational view? What type of autonomy are we talking about? Personal autonomy? Does it mean the opposite of dependency? And the speakers asked a lot of their own questions, especially Wayne Martin, Mathilde Bruni, and Mr. Guérin. They said, should autonomy lead to happiness? Is autonomy really a universal attribute shared by all living persons? Can you force someone to be free? Those were some of the questions that arose, and you can see that this is mission impossible here. And please excuse me in advance. There are two reasons I would like, in fact, to organize the organizers, is that these workshops did make it possible, I think, to have a better understanding of the UNCRPD and
d'avancer sur l'article 19 et notamment
the understanding of Article 19 in particular. Throughout these series of workshops, we went into greater depth in terms of what the convention means, and especially.
La raison plus personnelle pour laquelle je remercie les organisateurs, c'est que ça m'a fait évoluer.
Even for me, I learned a lot, and sometimes I was even seriously taken aback.
Je pense que vous avez tous vécu. On n'est pas ici, on vient pas ici.
We have all experienced these things ourselves because this place is different, Cap Droit. We don't have the same status. Like you usually go into a conference, you are a peer worker, and it's labeled on your face. Or likewise, you are a researcher or a professional. And here we have researchers with lived experience, we have facilitator researchers, we have different forms of knowledge, and I think that has to do with the way people's autonomy has changed as well. Now, there were three main ideas that came out of this, I think. The actual notion or principle of autonomy. You may know that Gilles Deleuze, the philosopher, said that the work of a philosopher is often to decide among the various pretenders, sort of like when you have a lot of people who are interested in the same woman, and you kind of sort through them, you look at all the different definitions and the different concepts, and then you try to sort through the grain. And what is the right conception or understanding of autonomy and living an autonomous life? Well, we heard some very strong words. And in terms of the actual notion of autonomy, from what I gathered, we cannot and we will not, and it's not necessarily a problem, and we cannot all have the same concept of autonomy and living an autonomous life. For a philosopher, that's kind of an upheaval, a discovery, because philosophers usually think we can come up with a concept, we can produce a definition everyone agrees to. Now, the mobile service in Lyon gave a summary of the work they've done on what autonomy is to them. Their answer was, it means knowing how to get dressed, go shopping, do the housework, take the train yourself, and choose your own life. Okay, choose your own life, but also where you want to be buried, and where you want to live, and who you will leave your belongings to. Also, to be helped. So if you're autonomous, you may need to be helped. It also means trusting people, trusting yourself, trusting your use of money. But autonomy can also involve fear of yourself and what you could do, or fear of your family and friends. And people said that when you decide on your own, you are freer. Freedom comes back again, right alongside autonomy. Nina Gerkon, Marie Quelle, and Cyril Dejure talked about autonomy, saying that they think of their power to choose, their self-determination, and this is not something that I thought of before I came here. Being autonomous means you can go on vacation, even if you have a physical disability, for example. It's possible for you to move, they said, move house, and Marika said it means being a mother, because my plan is to work also and be a mother, even if that's complicated because of my disability. Marina Pai said that traditionally autonomy was the capacity of independent choice, and what we learn from Article 19 is that it's also the right not to be segregated, not to be obligated to live in a special place that you did not choose. And she stressed that she thinks there are problems with the French translation of Article 19 because in English it says the right to live in the community, which the French translated as the right to live in society, which is a lot less concrete. Community is where you live directly, the immediate vicinity, where your friends and families are. So There were a lot of things that were confirmed also. Autonomy is something you build with others within an environment. Probably there's an ideal vision of autonomy that we should give up. Some independent living being that's capable of everything, anticipating risks, that can always be responsible for their acts and manage their life, etc. And then Giovanni Guérin was looking at things at another level this morning, saying that it had to do with biology and that it was an actual property of all human beings, that all human beings have their own norms and develop based on the constraints and restrictions and the possibilities that the environment offers them. For him, it has nothing to do with the powerful idea of self-determination. It's a question of the way an organism develops and the restrictions or constraints either within the person or outside in the environment. And Wayne Martin said, well, what about universal autonomy? If you can correlate that to life itself, it may be political, and then we would have nothing more to say. But in our field, it may not apply. I can understand both points of view. Then the second theme was about the dimensions of autonomy, and I think that we talked about the different dimensions of autonomy and what I would call functional autonomy, for example, and what I said earlier, meaning you can get along in life. That's not just to be able to function and make a living. We're talking about physical fitness, emotional health, social relations, and then there was also a moral side to autonomy. This idea of subjectivation, Frederick de Born said that what was essential for him to become autonomous was to have a home, a place to live. He said, what would have become of me without my home? You need your own room where you feel safe, that you can decorate your own way, with a door you can close and lock, a place you can work, get down to your roots, concentrate, and he's cited Montaigne as regards this. Maria Koleski said that autonomy means force of character. There's a moral side to it. You never say to yourself, my disability won't let me do this or that. She said, I am a person who wants to go beyond the limits. I want to be autonomous and master my life. Of course, there's a civil and political dimension to autonomy. The people doing their doctoral work talk to us about how the judges get involved in involuntary hospitalization, and others talk to us about the economic side to autonomy. Hervé Moison talked about the importance of the economic stakes to be autonomous and the kind of financial resources you need. The Cap Droit group adapt, stress that when you have a disability, often people tell you and give you opinions and advice that you never asked for. They don't ask you for your opinion like they used to. Once you become disabled, they tell you what to do and you become vulnerable. You are somewhat at the mercy of others. So these three dimensions come together with the functional, moral, and civil sides to autonomy. And Mary Laure and Jennifer Fournier said something negative about it. It meant deprivation when you live in an institution and you're so dependent on everyone for everyday things. You can't choose what you want to do during the times of day. You're always waiting in an institution when you're dependent in these institutions. And another aspect of that condition is the obligation of to share your privacy with people you did not choose to live with you every single day, and that's the life of a person with a disability. Now, the third workshop has to do with the VOX and the conditions for autonomy. And there are a lot of participants that talked about how the law could help and how rights could help, human rights, but civil rights as well, social rights. So that was what was necessary and conditional for autonomy. Marina Perez said Article 19 of civil law and means that it's immediately applicable, Articles 12, 13, 14, and then progressive implementation. She made a distinction between states' applications for progressive implementation and immediate application. So this is quite interesting. We feel like we're definitely behind other countries' examples. The Mental Capacity Act in the UK, perhaps, or other countries and the way they do things. Marina P. said that there were a lot of conditions that went beyond the law. It goes way beyond ratifying a convention. You can challenge cases based on the French Constitution and go all the way to the Supreme Court if you want, in terms of liberty, non-discrimination for everyone. You don't necessarily need a right to autonomy in the Constitution. And then Dagmar Brossi in Cologne, in Germany, said how much progress had been made in German legislation that abolished guardianship 30 years ago, but that so much remained to be done to ensure true participation. She said that half the people concerned still live in specialized institutions, and she said it's a parallel world. It must disappear in the future, and DI must continue. Beyond the law, many speakers insisted on other factors that are important, extrajudicial or extra-legal factors that are important to make autonomy real. Frederic de Born, for example, insisted on the fact that you have to get your life back. You have to know how to handle your life, handle others, handle the place you live, but it's really on a case-by-case basis. Everyone has their own way, even if there are common factors involved, in particular, having enough time to be in a safe place and feel in a safe place and not have too many obligations. And Partiot and Harry Matzon and their colleagues described a process in terms of what recovery means for persons with psychosocial disabilities and the kinds of spirals that can just go on, and the whole process and how you may be blocked at a certain point in time and be dependent on others and no longer autonomous. That was quite interesting, and several people understood that, and the idea was to build this together with different players. So Steffi Lum said, for example, that for an autonomous life, you have to work with the requirement that there are new methods for cooperation between carers and patients, either at home or institutions. And on one hand, you shouldn't look at it like an expert and a person who is supported. Putting knowledge together means autonomy and not just responding to someone's needs. Jean-Philippe Cobot described how, on a collaborative basis with the Reactis Association, they had been able to make rights effective through legal channels, but also through experiences. They have invited, for example, persons living in dependent elderly care homes to participate in roundtable discussions, to go to theater presentations and plays on dependency, on disabilities, and one student said, after seeing this type of play, I don't see disabilities the same way anymore at all. Everything is possible, and everything, again, becomes possible if the right support is offered. And finally, yesterday, Guillaume Leblanc talked about autonomy and the Greek origin, politically speaking, of autonomy, the autonomy of cities, and as a sovereignty of over your life. But the political pathway to autonomy does seem important to me. I think France is behind. I'm not sure, in terms of all of our discussions over the last 4 days, or 2 days for some of you, in terms of our sharing of knowledge, all of our exchanges, and all of the emotions that came out, I don't know where else in France people engage in this kind of work. I think it's truly unique. To me, this is political. It's lobbying. I mean, you don't just engage in politics when you vote. It can also be politics when you challenge your position, you share your position, and you look at all of these concepts, particularly autonomy of life, and you look at it as a demand. And my very last point is to say that many people in these presentations said, how can we bring together such different concepts on autonomy when we all have such different ideas about it? How can this come together when people are all wanting to claim and demand autonomy or the right to live independently, which we consider universal? So there's a kind of a tension between this with all the different ways people see autonomy and the demand for autonomy. In any case, we will talk about that certainly more in the future, and I'd like to thank all of the organizers for inviting me.
Merci beaucoup, Fabrice. Je donne tout de suite la parole.
Thank you, Fabrice. Let's hear from Colleen Boulard, who is replacing Alice Casagrande, who had to leave urgently this afternoon. And she was able to attend all of the workshops because she's also a member, in fact, of the National Commission on the Fight Against Abuse. And she was involved with theme 2, and so this is theme 2, access to housing, institutionalization, deinstitutionalization, the pathway, rights, and social conditions. I think there were 2 things that were very strong said during all of these workshops. People feel marginalized on the fringe, and people said, but in the community, I am free. So the workshops devoted to this theme definitely brought a lot of things out about how people can feel ambivalent about where they live, the different reasons, social fulfillment, safety, the idea that you finally achieve something, the incarnation of your aspirations, but this is all still fragile sometimes when it comes to accessing that or being truly in line with your own activities, if you're a student, or whether or not you are allowed, if you're an institution, to live with a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a partner. And this was something several participants stressed in terms of support as well. How to support another person's decision, especially when there are administrative demands, rules, and often it's like, this is better than whatever else is available. It's very hard to sum up everything everyone said during these workshops on theme 2, but there were several questions that arose. The difficulties that administrative systems that have their own logic could actually prevent respect and effective rights, taking into account the needs of the person. There was a story about a student who was a single mother, and she had to live far away from the university, and this meant that she might drop out or burn out. And then there was another example of a social worker that was used to dealing with difficulties of people who would be thrown out of their homes for non-payment of rent or things like this. And rarely were the persons living there opinions taken into account. And then there's a big gap between the way institutions work and integrating a full-fledged citizenship life, not to mention elderly people living in medical care homes for the dependent elderly, how to help them remain full-fledged citizens. How can they vote? How can they carry out their normal citizen-related obligations, not to mention the observation period. During the first 3 days, you may be hospitalized without your consent, and you have to wear pajamas. What type of an approach is this? There must be some way to put an end to these types of practices. And then, again, in the dependent elderly care homes, because of COVID, they talked about the way professional practices went downhill. And the professionals found that there was much less meaning in the job they were doing. There is really something we have to do to bring together the individual pathway and the collective pathway. In other words, the loss of certain capacities makes you lose your self-esteem, and thus reinforces it's a vicious circle where your self-esteem leads to less capacity, or your lack of self-esteem. So there should be ways for people to get committed to action and feel useful. One person said, "It means what's alive inside me, what is a driving force in me that makes me want to go back to ordinary life. The feeling that people can take initiatives to have a concrete possibility of living at home, such as, for example, have their own business, start their own home business, get out of poverty, which is why personal support is so necessary, understanding people's desires so that they can make informed choices." Then we heard about Housing First and the interest of that program that explained how necessary it is to have your own place and your own resources so that you can implement your own choices. And light was shed as well on the diversity of life pathways, really very different pathways that are not linear. Several things can break down at certain times in terms of schooling, in terms of housing. And people in France say often that une malheur n'arrive jamais seul. It doesn't always happen to you only once. It's not a bed of roses. And in the end, when you're exposed to a risk of expropriation, that's one thing, or if you have children and you don't have a proper housing, these things are very difficult. We talked about outreach towards others, and the need for support adapted to the aspirations and the will and preferences and previous experience of persons. And then finally, all of these workshops and the testimony we heard during them showed, I think, how important it is to listen to and understand all of these different life pathways and different experiences so as to improve the support we can offer to persons to lead them towards autonomy. Thank you.
Au pied levé, l'exercice était difficile et
so it was really very, very interesting. So I'm going to give the floor to Claire Romelet, who is a doctor of legal sciences at the Bioethical Center at the University of Namur. And she's also has a doctorate in private law. Now, I'm actually going to stand up and talk. Now, in order to take into account and sum up Acts 3, I'm just going to start off by telling you a few points of tension in terms of supporting. First of all, exercising your rights. It's for the person who's being supported in their exercise of their rights. Sometimes we felt that being supported is perceived as a need and as a constraint, and this is really not easy. There's a constant tension amongst these two poles. So even when you recognize the need, it still could be very complicated to be supported. And there's also more a specific tension for care providers. It's about respecting their preferences and the
respecter les droits des
also
personnes accompagnées,
the rights of supported people, for instance,
leur accessibilité à certains droits,
ensuring access to certain rights or stopping certain situations where their rights are violated, which is complicated. If there is a need that's identified and not a correlated demand. Now, there's also another tension with respect to the exercising of rights for both supported people and caregivers. And it's the offset between the legal framework and the realities and certain individual situations like in isolation, and also how certain principles can be put into practice, which are really hard to put. Another tension in support, other tensions, in fact, these are tensions with respect to rolling out independent living in autonomy. So we talked about the definition of autonomy or independent living. What is autonomy? It's basically, we don't really talk about autonomy the same way. So it really leads to many paradoxes which are complicated. And it's complicated to live and manage all this. For instance, we talk about autonomy, which is something that constitutes human existence. At the same time, it is expressed as an objective. It's about making the person autonomous. That's the objective of support providing. So what does that mean? So if you really have to make someone autonomous, what is the standard to see if the objective has been achieved? Can we standardize something that is so intrinsically linked to each individual? Another paradox is that certain tools are supposed to promote autonomy, and this is
de ces personnes. Donc je pense par exemple
for instance, let me explain it with an example. The anticipated directive in certain contexts, which can be accessed by people who are capable of logical reasoning. So there's no methodology to find out correctly
de l'esprit de tel individu à tel moment par rapport à telle circonstance. Alors un deuxième point, parce que ça me semble particulièrement important, c'est quand même de relever les pistes, les repères peut-être qui ont été donnés en réponse, toujours
response
à ces différentes tensions,
to these various tensions, which may not be perfectly satisfactory. At the risk of oversimplifying, I can actually just say one sentence which sums up everything. It's about taking time to provide support. Of course, let me explain that a bit. What do you mean by taking time to provide support? It's about understanding the situation, the person who is supported, the person who is supporting, providing the support. And you have to know the specificities of the person without labeling the person as a disabled person. You really have to build a relationship of trust by giving the time to also not agree with everything. So it's about maintaining the tensions and not eliminating them as quick as possible, which means that there could be a judgment. So again, you have to take the time to let this disagreement thrive. And this means that we are opening up avenues for creativity, and you have a genuine choice between several options, so the possibility to have several solutions. Now, all this means that you have to accept the risk, which can be called as a life risk, which would provide, let's say, more trust in the relation, whether it's between both parties. Now, you also have to take the time
accompagner les accompagnants qui peuvent se retrouver dans des postures de funambule parfois très
who could be actually walking on a very tight rope, and yet many of them have the place in the right heart, and they really would be quite careful. You know, they're like rope walkers. They are prudent, they are careful, and they really won't fall into either directions, and they try to maintain that right balance. So to conclude, I will say that Acts 3, I'm going to come back to the premises of Acts 3 that started off with the story of an elephant. You could actually talk to Christian if you want to know more about the story. So this story of an elephant explains magnificently that there were several ways of perceiving reality. And it's by taking the right time that you can understand the various facets of our community. Now, support giving is not an elephant, but it's a huge thing, and I think we really will really stand to gain by pooling our experiences together. Thank you so much for your kind attention. So, thank you, Claire. I think I'm going to move on to the restitution of the fourth act. I'm going to give the floor to Christian Laval. I don't know how to introduce you, Christian. I think you're part of the team
de la Confcap. Et donc, ça prend vraiment tout son sens, là encore, de vous entendre dans cette...
very meaningful to listen to you.
Sur l'axe gouvernance.
So on governance, on the acts which talked about governance, right?
Non, mais c'est dense pour moi, alors ça doit être dense pour les autres, j'imagine. Enfin, c'est ici que ça se passe. Voilà. En fait, j'ai pas pris l'option de reprendre atelier par atelier, citant des personnes, mais je pense que des personnes se reconnaîtront dans ce que je raconte, en tout cas j'espère.
Identify themselves in what I'm saying. If I get it wrong, tough. Now, a philosopher said only users are striving. It was said by Isabel Sanders. And it was as if we were faced with a problem and we needed a reform that would provide the solution. Now, since we're in a period that's revolutionary and reformist at the same time, so we really have to... This strive is against a non-inclusive society due to various antagonistic mechanisms. And I'm talking about antagonist mechanisms, and it's an important word for me because I'm going to basically highlight certain aspects of agnostic philosophy. As Bernard de Pilois said, we are basically fighting to...
Je me demande ce que je fais après elle pour faire la synthèse. Prendre au sérieux et décrire ces tensions présentes dans cette action publique reconfigurée est un vrai enjeu.
To transform an object of care into a subject of rights. Now that's very concise. I wonder what can I do after this summing up. Now let's take this seriously and look at the tensions that have been described. And this would really help us, the transformation that's underway, transformation of institutional, social institutions and institutions that are taking care of disabled people. An inclusive society enhances this approach, this rights-based approach, and this approach also would give more meaning and diffuse stress, but it's also the link that we call vulnerability. So this approach, this institutional approach, it's reconfiguring institutions.
Cette approche reconfigure l'institutionnel lorsqu'elle
when it basically benefits from continuous action and enough time to ensure that all stakeholders are heard and listened to, which is rarely the case. And I have an example, but I have no time to quote this. Now, these are projects that are funded. Now, all you need to do is that for this time, there is this pent-up anger, this drive, this humiliation. We've actually spent a lot of time to help women gain the right to vote. And I think this is a good example to give you an idea of the time. And in okay. So this experience, I'm not talking about the experience, but the communication on
et donc fait encore plus nouveau
electric chairs.
This means we need new professions, we need new types of support. Let's call it mediation, not just on the legal level, mediation at all levels that can contribute to having a universal outlook when it comes to life experiences as full-fledged citizens. This is something important. And we looked at the different categories of institutions and the types of professions. There were quite a few tensions that were not resolved, but that were discussed. And perhaps this could be documented here. One tension with inclusive society has to do with this idea of inclusive housing and housing first. This one vision of an ideal policy, I mean, 20 years ago, we talked about precarity, integration, rehabilitation, assimilation. Now we talk about inclusion. So politically correct words change, and now it seems that it's becoming highly technical in society and much more transnational, giving priority to housing first as a basic safety, even before healthcare or employment. And then these workshops Cap Droit has organized was quite interesting, in fact, because it's true, there aren't many places to talk about these types of tensions. And with our presence here, we are all kind of accomplices of Cap Droit, but an accomplice of what? An accomplice of an offense, or the accomplices of collective intelligence? Well, collective intelligence goes beyond the competence and capacity and expertise of public policy, of public action. Collective knowledge is something courageous. Collective intelligence is something that can be contagious. And this is really a challenge. How can we be capable of becoming capable? And what about inclusive housing versus housing first? We asked this question that seemed to sort of trickle down into the bottom of the glass. And it was interesting during the workshops how people delivered these messages. Let me see, I put this here. The question raised was beyond this somewhat protected space we have here to talk about this. How can we circulate these ideas? How can we ask these same questions on the outside? And then, in terms of new professions, there's an opposition between professions dealing with a person's life pathway on a top-down basis. A lot of these high-level civil servants and professionals who say, well, in care pathways, care and social pathways, people drop out, there isn't a safety net. How can we do this on a continuous basis? We were thinking of coordinators would be good, and new professions that could be experiential, such as peer experts, peer mediators, peer helpers. What do they have in common? Another question has to do with the need for mediation and facilitation between different poles, different extremes. I think so. I think we all agree we need mediation. But what are we going to do with it? And at what price? And who should do it? What status do they need? Another question was, please get this information out to the outside world. Please talk to other social circles beyond ours about all this. Another question was tension between different types of consultation, including medical consultations. And what is the difference between consultation and participation, the demands that are being made? We need a toolbox for that. People talked a lot about toolboxes and not getting into traps. And for these toolkits or toolboxes, there were a number of experiences that could be relevant, that would make it possible to come up with a number of different tools, making it possible perhaps to understand each other better, to participate better, to have a more horizontal and reciprocal relationship. We could come up with a huge, long list. I think that's quite positive and quite poetic. Social commissions, care cells, experimental tools, homemade tools. Some of them could be used by the public authorities and become more ambitious in order to spur good practices and better measure people's needs. Now, participation, in the end, it's kind of like dancing. If you're dancing alone, it's one thing. But if you dance with other people, you can really get moving and understand each other, even if you step on each other's feet. But how are you going to dance? To what music and where? Here's where we need governance and different types of governance. Governance in the plural. And this was something said in the workshops. Everybody talks about governance in the singular, whereas we should talk about different types or forms of governance that could be used at different points in time. What kind of a governance model or types of governance models? Governance is to serve. Governance is naturally going to raise the question of being able or not being able, or not being able, for example, to eat or sleep, love or read the paper, or get by without anyone seeing you and going unnoticed. How to get out of this concept of power and think of it as an ordinary activity. How do you take into account emotions, special relations, and exponential knowledge? Maybe it was a typo with exponential instead of experiential, but I thought that was really interesting. We need to choreograph all this. Another question was, again, another comment, please get this information out. Please, let's do this in a cross-cutting way. And finally, in my summary, I thought someone said, I thought this might sound ridiculous, I'd be too romantic or off the topic, but our Italian friends this morning really made me feel better when they said theater and culture in the community, outside of theaters, outside of the university. And I would like to cite part of a song from Ashka. You can look him up on internet. He got involved in artists' collectives that were occupying theaters. And what was interesting about this song is that the only song I know of Ashka that is a bit militant talks about mental health. And he says that when you go out and you're in different places, for our mental health, it's related to the environment, our smiles, our intelligence. Let's not resist as instruments of dementia. Think of us on the stage. Let's live our lives on the stage. And there's more lyrics, but it's quite amazing that an artist who's so well known would talk about mental health in 2021, especially after a year's worth of the pandemic. So we aren't musicians, but we could still create spaces for creation and different forms of governance. And one person said, we've got to put in the minds of these players different ideas, mix up all these ideas that don't usually come together. For example, we saw this picture of an elephant, and I think that's something Cap Droit really knows how to do, and I really feel like I'm at your side for the long haul. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Christian. Merci beaucoup à tous les quatre. Je crois que...
Thank you, Christian. Thanks to all of you. You have definitely shown that this is truly a moment where everything comes together, crystallizes after our 2 days of discussion at the conference, and we will certainly continue with new productions and keep up the momentum to get this message out, as all of you are saying, and especially you, Christian. Yes, could I say one last thing? We need more artists at Cap Droit. More musicians, more artists, that's my recommendation. Okay, we'll take note of that. So there are two dimensions, artistic and socio-artistic, that maybe we didn't use enough. We did use more in our first phase of the research, but you're right, it's a dimension that needs to continue. Thanks so much to all of you.
Pour la clôture.
And now for our closing session, I'd like to call on my colleagues from the Cap Droit coordination. Sylvie Daniel, Arnaud Béal, Farbod is not here, I'm not sure, and Stephanie Willie, I hope she can come maybe in a few minutes. Okay, so Bertrand Ravon and Caron d'Église, please join us.
Et on t'attend, Stéphanie.
And we'll wait for you, Stephanie.
Donc Stéphanie, c'est une collègue de la coordination qui a
fait un gros travail. Committee who's been interpreting these sessions during the last 4 days, so it's been a lot of work.
Est-ce qu'on a Madame Hélène Sachs qui nous a rejoint ou pas à distance?
I don't know if Hélène Sachs has joined us remotely.
Donc on va commencer les propos conclusifs de ces deux jours de conférence, 4 pour certains d'entre nous. Donc c'est particulier de conclure. Voilà, donc Bertrand, on te laisse la charge d'ouvrir cette table conclusive.
Merci beaucoup Sylvie, c'est vraiment un plaisir pour moi de participer à la clôture de ces journées. Pour plusieurs raisons. D'une part, parce que je suis un enseignant-chercheur, aussi compagnon de route d'un certain nombre d'acteurs de la préparation de cette conférence, du réseau Cap Droit et d'autres réseaux. Par ailleurs, parce que en tant que responsable de formation, nous avons ouvert cette année un DU, diplôme universitaire, autour du logement d'abord et de la mise en œuvre de ces politiques-là. Et donc ça rejoint aussi un des soucis majeurs de la conférence, mais c'est surtout en tant que jeune vice-président de l'université, chargé au sein de la vice-présidence Sciences et Sociétés et chargé de la formation tout au long de la vie, donc maintenant je vais dire tout au long de l'autonomie. Et c'est ce nom-là que j'aimerais dire quelques mots, parce que l'équipe présidentielle que je représente ici a placé son mandat des 4 prochaines années sous le signe précisément de Sciences et Sociétés, avec la recherche d'un label SAPS, Sciences avec et pour la société. Et il me semble que cette conférence s'inscrit, mais alors complètement, pleinement dans cette démarche. Et même, j'ai essayé de regarder, je suis allé un peu voir, et je pense qu'il n'y a pas eu de colloque à Lyon 2 depuis Philippe Lucas dans les années 80, les missions nouvelles des universités. Il n'y a pas eu de colloque qui est aussi prégnant de ce point de vue-là. Donc, vraiment, moi, je suis extrêmement fier, je peux le dire, de voir que ce mandat-là, l'un des premiers événements scientifiques et citoyens à Lyon 2, se joue autour de Cap Droit dans cette démarche. Alors j'avais envie, du coup, je vais faire très court, je suis un universitaire, donc je vais être frustré de faire très court, mais ce n'est pas grave. J'avais envie de faire 3 remarques sur la question du dialogue scientifique et citoyen, et donc sur cette activité publique qui consiste à faire connaissance ensemble. Première remarque, j'ai vu des dialogues de grande qualité et j'ai vu par rapport à d'autres conférences précédentes une forme de maturité dans la coexistence de points de vue qui restent quand même quelquefois inconciliables. Et vous allez voir, à mon sens, ce n'est pas le problème. Ces points de vue ne sont pas toujours en accord. Et l'enjeu, c'est parce que l'enjeu, ce n'est pas de s'accorder. L'enjeu, c'est de faire le tour des choses et des points de vue. Et peut-être que l'enjeu, c'est d'arriver à construire non pas un univers partagé, mais un plurivers. Et alors, j'ai pensé à la chatte de Montaigne. Je ne sais pas si vous saviez que Montaigne avait une chatte dont j'ai perdu le nom. Je crois que c'est Pelote, mais il faudrait vérifier. Et voilà ce qu'il disait. Alors, c'est du vieux français, je pourrais vous le dire en vieux français, mais je vais vous le dire en français contemporain. « Quand je joue avec ma chatte, disait Montaigne, qui sait si je ne suis pas son passe-temps, plutôt qu'elle n'est le mien. Nous nous taquinons réciproquement. » Ce qu'il veut dire, tous ceux qui, comme moi, jouent avec leur chat, savent très bien quand il faut s'arrêter de jouer avec lui, parce que sinon il va vous mettre un coup de patte, voire un coup de griffe. Et en même temps, il vient vous chercher pour jouer avec lui, vous pouvez accepter ou non. Et ce que je veux dire, et je trouve que cette métaphore du jeu avec la chatte est extraordinaire et pourrait être l'emblème de la forme de coopération à l'œuvre dans cette conférence scientifique et citoyenne. C'est-à-dire que nous pouvons ne pas du tout partager les mêmes enjeux, ça ne nous empêche pas de jouer ensemble. Et ça, je crois que c'est une leçon pour nous tous qui, trop souvent, dans le champ de la santé mentale, cherchons à nous accorder avant d'agir ensemble. Et moi, je retiens de cette formule de Montaigne, non, faisons des choses ensemble et nous verrons bien jusqu'à quand nous pouvons coopérer. Bref, le désaccord sur les enjeux ne doit absolument pas nous empêcher de nous engager les uns avec les autres. Deuxième remarque, et ceux qui me connaissent savent que j'ai toujours le souci du soin d'autrui, et que l'enjeu pour moi de la formation et de la recherche, c'est ce souci-là, qui est le souci aussi du dialogue, et c'est toujours une affaire d'attention portée des uns vers les autres. Et là, j'ai envie de citer un anthropologue, Ingold, qui, dans un petit ouvrage que je vous recommande, s'appelle « Anthropologie comme éducation », dit la chose suivante, c'est que la signification des connaissances que nous produisons les uns et les autres, à partir de nos expériences respectives, enfin je traduis un peu, doit être trouvée par celui ou celle qui écoute cette signification. C'est-à-dire que la signification, elle tient dans la réponse que les uns peuvent faire à ce qu'ils ont entendu d'autres que eux. Et au fond, ce que nous dit Tim Ingold, c'est non pas de penser la connaissance comme une transmission, mais la connaissance comme une attention et comme une correspondance. Ce serait très intéressant de faire l'étymologie de correspondance, co-réponse, cos ou correspondance. Et j'ai envie de dire, voilà, on a beaucoup parlé de la question de l'égalité des savoirs. De mon point de vue, on a beaucoup progressé en disant qu'il n'y a plus d'équivalence entre les savoirs. Mais peut-être qu'il est question de construire des correspondances et d'être beaucoup plus attentif à la manière dont on peut mettre des correspondances entre les différents savoirs que nous pouvons produire de nos places respectives. Et cette qualité d'écoute, elle est au cœur de la prise en compte des droits humains, des choix de vie des personnes. Et je voudrais, autour de cette dernière remarque, faire un troisième commentaire qui sera encore plus court que les deux précédents. Mais je me suis dit, je suis arrivé qu'hier en début d'après-midi, j'ai suivi la conférence, donc pas dans sa totalité, mais j'ai été frappé par la solidarité de gens qui savent écouter. Et on le voit, on le sent, on l'entend, la qualité d'écoute, elle est assez impressionnante. Et donc, je crois que l'un des enjeux aujourd'hui, Christian disait tout à l'heure, il faut aller le dire à l'extérieur, transversaliser. Voilà, il faut que nous déconfinions cette conférence. Il faut ouvrir tout ce qui se dit d'une manière finalement extrêmement ferme et dense et collective. Il faut qu'on arrive maintenant à le porter à l'extérieur. Je pense que c'est l'une des prochaines missions, d'où peut-être aussi l'appel à la culture, à la musique, à la danse, pour faire contagion. Et je me suis demandé, et ça je reviens à la mission première d'un universitaire, s'il ne faudrait pas réfléchir avec les formateurs à la question donc de la formation, notamment la formation des accompagnateurs, qui s'y attelle pas mal, essayer de la métamorphoser, c'est pas si simple. Mais il me semble que le savoir des formateurs est aussi un savoir qu'il faut ajouter au savoir des citoyens, des militants, des accompagnateurs, bien sûr le savoir des personnes qui vivent ces expériences de la vulnérabilité. Donc voilà, vraiment un grand merci. J'étais vraiment ravi de participer à cette conférence et j'espère que c'est l'ouverture de tout un cycle de manifestations scientifiques, citoyennes et culturelles également. Merci à vous, tous les chers organisateurs. Bravo.
Thanks again to all of the organizers. Ah, j'ai pas compris, c'était fermé.
Merci Bertrand. On donne la
Thank you, Bertrand. I'm going to give the floor to Pascal Esquerandi. Hello. I don't know if it's okay. Can who is the national coordinator of Un Chez Soi d'abord?
Moi, je vous vois.
Ça devrait pas tarder.
Ça y est, on vous voit.
Yes, I can see you now. Hello. I don't know if the connection is fine and whether you can hear me or not. Everything is okay for the moment. Right. I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in the conclusion of this conference. I could not be there for personal reasons, but I work with ADIAL, which is an interministerial delegation in the field of housing, and ADIAL is basically following your works from the start. We actually participated in the first conference in Paris, and I came because it's a subject that's extremely dear to us, and ADIAL, in fact, has been spearheading public policy for the destitute for quite some time, and Bertrand talked about this. And Un Chez Soi d'abord program is a flagship mechanism of this policy. We tried it in 2011, and it's been generalized in about 11 cities. Now, Logement d'abord, Housing First. Thanks to Housing First, more than 30,000 people could access this, and there are so many people who are in the roads. There are migratory flows, impoverishment of populations, a health crisis, and we really have to be extremely humble vis-a-vis these subjects. But nevertheless, there were two messages that I'd like to communicate very quickly. The first one is that l'ADIAL and droits have similar concerns at different parts of the society. And for us, the question of supporting people in finding a house is focusing on dignity, and we showed in the Chez Soi d'abord program that if we were focusing on the choices of people, things would work and people would be well. But then it's about having an informed choice, making an informed choice, and not a miserable choice. We know people who are in conditions of poverty. And the second question is the question of isolation. This the support scheme should not be a fake one or a fallacious one. It should really be a genuine policy that should lead to emancipation, thanks to supportive measures, and also thanks to other mechanisms. And I think this is an extremely important point in the Housing First policy, because this is what our program also showed. It's not about viewing people as destitute, but also as individuals who are competent. And this was our vision. Now, the second message I would like to communicate with you is that the way this policy was built in France. On the one hand, you have Chez Soi, which is a scheme which is the showcase of Housing First. There's quantitative and qualitative research, and it convinced that it's based on partnerships between public stakeholders, between researchers, between decentralized governments, and everyone was involved, and there was a lot of work done, and it was about striving, continuously working, and when there is an opportunity, it was about putting it in the political agenda. For more than 10 years, we basically put this on the political agenda, and Housing First was also part of several agendas. So Ladial has this cross-cutting concern, and it really helped us rally certain stakeholders who also basically working in this field. Now, as I said in the introduction, you have to be quite modest with respect to the effects of this policy. There's so many externalities, the flow, migratory flows, impoverishment, and there are policies that are actually impacted by external factors. We have strong support from the Housing Ministry, and we have created we're able to provide housing when it's really cold, and especially in November when the temperatures really dip, and and we have so many people who are in the streets. So there is a strong commitment and funding that comes with, and there's also a will to strive towards the public policy of housing. And another message is that these alliances, these partnerships were fundamental, and some of you are part of these alliances that we just enumerated, that we named, that we created. And I think this work that you're doing with people, this work about putting things on the public agenda, on never leaving things on, having all the opportunity is really important. So thank you so much for participating in this initiative. It's extremely important to do things jointly. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. So thank you. Another person who is remote and who will spend some time with us is Mr. Butino, who works at the Department of Social Cohesion. He's not there. No. Right. Moving on.
Hello, hello. Est-ce que Hélène?
Is Helen Sachs with us today? Is she from California? Ellen Sachs is not there, so, well, it's 7 in the morning, perhaps, so I'm sorry. Now we're going to move on to our last speaker, the last presentation of the day, Mrs. Anne Caron d'Église.
Comme vous le savez peut-être,
qui est magistrate. She is a magistrate at the French Supreme Court, and she also works for the National Commission for the Rights of the Disabled. Sorry, she actually works for the National Commission for Human Rights, and she's also involved in the affairs of the High Authority for Health. And we're really glad that she's with us. And she is one of the first people who started working with us even before becoming a magistrate at the French Supreme Court. It's an immense honor to have her with us and talk with and speak to her before launching this initiative for all people who are under protection, under custodian or guardianship, and giving them the right to vote. I just hope you're not very tired, because I'm actually coming after several speakers. Thank you so much to the organization team, and thank you for this format, because this format has actually been going in strength, and now this has to be deployed elsewhere, because it's this format, this type of expression can really further rights. So I have to basically give some perspective to Article 19 and also the arguments of the seminar. Now, as stated in the seminar's argument, a change in the public policy seemed to be underway at the international, national, and local levels since 2000. At the international level, undoubtedly, in particular thanks to the ICRPD, which brings about a paradigm shift from a rights-based approach to a social model emphasizing autonomy and impact of environmental factors in the constitution and persistence of disability situations. At the national level, certainly as well, under the stewardship of stakeholders, the CNCPH and CFHE, and also human rights institutions, in particular the DDD, the National Commission Consultative for Human Rights. Their role is essential. A ratification does not make a country inclusive country without concrete measures. Moreover, since the beginning of the 2000, the National Commission for Human Rights in particular campaigned for a reform of the French legislative framework by the law of the 30th June 1975 for people with disabilities. This law constituted a step forward, notably by establishing the obligation for accessibility for public buildings and access to employment. However, it still promoted a conception of disability centered on the notion of invalidity and on an approach of care. I heard about this expression, care, and not in terms of reasonable accommodation, which together with the legal recognition of the equal legal personality is the only way to ensure participation. In any case, since the beginning of the 21st century, the issue of the participation of the concerned peoples has led to a profound transformation of public policies, especially their governance in the field of health, disability, and autonomy. Let's remember 2000, where you had the recognition of the rights of the patients and the users in the sector. In 2004, you had the National Solidarity Body that was created. And in 2007 legislation, people with a protected status were at the center, and they had the status of personal rights, including the right to freely choose one's place of living and relationships. And the instauration of protective measures and a better exercise of liberties must be recognized within these protective custodianship and wardship measures. So in 2019, there was another legislation that recognized the fundamental rights of people, including the right to vote, and there were also personal rights, such as the right to marry, the right to enter into a civil union. The 2015 legislation also established the importance of the involvement of older people in the construction of autonomy policies. Thus, at the local level this time, in closeness, the creation of the Department Council of Citizenship and Autonomy, the CDCA, was done to bring together for the better logic of players at the cross-cutting, coordinated and local action in favor of autonomy. As a participatory body, the CDCA should ensure the participation of the people concerned in the development and monitoring of the autonomy policy in the department, which is the lead department for age and disability policies. In the same perspective, the High Council of Family, Children and Aging has been created in order to have some feedback on what's happening in the region. Now, of course, we can say that we have a legal basis, a strong legal basis that has been built over the 2000 on autonomy. The seminar highlights Article 19 of the CRPD entitled Autonomy of Life and Inclusion in Society. This text commits all signatory states which, by the signature and ratification, recognize not only the same freedom of choice of life in the community, the same freedom of choice in the theoretical society, but also commits them to take effective and appropriate measures to facilitate the full integration and participation of disabled people in society and the full enjoyment of their rights. And I would say that the full exercise of this right, because in French law there is a distinction between enjoyment of rights, which is theoretical, and exercise, which is practical. So we still have a lot of work to do in the French legal system. So in order to achieve these objectives, the states must ensure that the disabled people have the opportunity to choose on an equal basis with others where they live and with whom they live. And that's the first point. The second point is that they should also have access to a range of services at home or at their establishments and all supportive social services, including personal assistance, so that they can live in the society. So community has another meaning in France because there are other tensions that come up. So I would rather use the word society. And they should and this should be able to integrate into society and not to prevent them from being isolated or discriminated. And social services and facilities for the general population that's made available should also be made available to disabled people with adaptation. Now, again, we know that this means we need to concretize certain things. And currently, there are certain problems because of lack of resources. Even though these resources have been put in, there should be a real political will to propel all this, to change attitudes, behavior vis-a-vis disability people, whether they're children or adults. I haven't talked about children, but I will talk about children in 2 points, because very quickly I am going to share with you certain observations on the effectiveness of Article 19 today and certain perspectives. So what observations can we make on the effectiveness of Article 19? COVID-19. With regards to children, very often, the medical vision still takes precedence over the organization of local responses and the effectiveness of Article 90, but not only, but also Article 23 and 24, with 23 being respect to domicile and privacy, and 24 is the right to education. Currently, there is a real reflection on the still too strong institutionalization without any real reflection on the still too strong tendency to institutionalize, particularly children with autism and multiple disabilities, even though appropriate responses are lacking. In France, many families are forced to seek solutions far from their homes. The government has announced that they want to stem the flow of children leaving for Belgium and at the same time support autistic children and their families with the creation of a diagnosis package in addition to without any out-of-pocket expenses. The French delay in the field of autism was highlighted at the National Disability Conference, and the creation of 45 autism teaching units was announced. The Autism Plan 2018-22 also reaffirms the desire for most inclusive education. However, change takes time, and inclusion is not the norm, and who are instead integrated into specialized teaching units or newly created centers, and this while associations' parents continue to report abuses and mistreatment in these specialized institutions. Moreover, there's still the responses given by MBTH are not satisfactory. The disability allowance is very insufficient. And with regards to adults, I would like to insist on certain points. Housing is an essential support for integration into social life. It's a roof over their heads, but also includes functions, coming and going, using the space, using equipment, having private and family relationships, neighborhoods relationships, healthcare, support and protection as well. And we can see that there are certain difficulties, especially in the field of mental health for people it's encountered. Now, for mental health, we know that housing is not just an intimate and personal space, since housing is often part of a collective space, a neighborhood where we're going to meet the neighbors, shopkeepers, schools, and the representations are persistent and the means are lacking, and the initiatives should be supported in and people are also very scared of disabled persons with psychiatric problems, and they have often a fear reflex. Now, currently, you have the mental health guide in the Evelyn, and the support by mutual aid groups must be encouraged. The government, in fact, has taken the decision to develop these mechanisms in certain regions. With regards to elderly people, there's been a lot of progress that's been made, of course. For adults who are young, there's always this question of age, of course, but I'm not going to talk about it today. There's much progress has been made, especially in terms of material aid and building standards in individual houses. However, we know that everyone cannot stay in these individual houses, and there are major disparities in the regions and within the regions in categories of population, and there's too much of institutionalization. With regards to the legal protection of major people, in spite of real progress made in custodianship, guardianship, and wardship measures, in 2017, 17, the person is at the center, and there are certain legislative texts that have improved the conditions of protected people. But we are forced to observe that practices that favor more autonomy and more exercise of rights are quite disparate. We still have too many people under state wardship, guardianship, and substitutive measures, and this really prevents people from recognizing the role that people can play in exercising their own rights. Now, this basically limits the possibility of choices, and all this is still extremely worrying. Just as the support given to people and also the will to have a training program for professionals who play the role of a court-appointed guardian, and they must be recognized in order to take the necessary risk to ensure autonomy. Currently, what are the perspectives? Now, the Generation Solidaire legislation has been planned with certain provisions. Personally, I'm a bit worried. It's the provisions on protection of majors does not really draw on a proper base. There is no consensus, and there is the participation of all stakeholders is really not included. The last one was in 2018. Confcap did participate in this, and this collective work was done on the recognition of full citizenship and also the full capacity and the full legal personality of people under legal protection. So I've consulted a few texts, and I'm really worried because there is no legal rights-based approach for these people and for their. I'm going to come back to the training of court-appointed guardians. There is no concrete organization. There is absence of coordination between the MDPH and also the doctors who assess and appreciate the difficulties of people. And all this is absent. And I regret that this is an extremely security-based approach with an information obligation and reporting. Now, this should. And if there is abuse reported, abuse suspected, it should be reported. And of course, any real abuse should be reported for sanctions. And yet, we really cannot have a very broad definition of what is a violation of well-being. What is it? Do we have to tell professionals to basically report on this, and including against the will of the concerned person? I am reporting because I don't think that we have done the right thing. Now, over and above these protective measures, the Solidaire, the next legislation also has interesting provisions to fight abuse, and by Quels and Agong. And I think this will really help us have a good approach to abuse, which can be accepted. Another dimension is the ethical position of all stakeholders, and it's Fabrice Gill who worked a lot in this field, and he provided his experimental knowledge and hindsight and made certain proposals that will be validated by Mrs. Bourguignot's cabinet. Over and above the provisions of the Génération Solidaire legislation, I must also share with you the problems, the recent problems that proposal of the disability allowance. Now, we're no longer going to consider the allowance of the spouse. Now, this is a general problem. We are promoting law, and we're going to take provisions like this and refuse the desolidarizing. This means that we are not recognizing the specificity and the problems and the specific needs of each individual, especially women, because of course it's going to be, the axe is going to fall on women. Now, in a society that's aging and that's going to basically have people who will be sidetracked, and we've seen this in this health crisis, we must think of health and economic stakes, but also human stakes. And I think fora like this help us share a common understanding. We know that we've been deinstitutionalizing, but we really need to work on experimental knowledge. We need to work on many other things, and I'm going to talk about a recent report. It's called Pifto-Wolfram report, and I can actually choose to live with you tomorrow. And this report has concrete proposals for supported, shared and integrated housing in local life, with a stated objective of large-scale deployment of inclusive housing. And the strength of this report, is that it requires that we should base ourselves on urgent awareness. Again, first of all, the growing recognition of the idea that everyone should be as fully possible as despite the age or disability, and we should then create we really have to understand the common desire, and especially disabled people, that whether a person is disabled or not, whether we really need to look at the person and not as not his therapeutical problem. So we should understand that it is important to live together and not in reserved housing units. And then there is the problem of isolation and the social consequences. And this means that the social fabric could be destroyed. And the authors of this report say that isolation one day and is the sixth risk of social protection. Now, there is some optimism here in this report, because we can actually take ownership of this in a cross-cutting way, because there are certain solutions. And I would like to say that the Prime Minister has given a new national. It's about promoting a positive perception of disabled people. Now, this is a technocratic rhetoric, you might say, but we have been asked to do something. It's about trying to, using a survey, trying to find out what the stereotypes are around disabled people, and assess public policies and find certain proposals. The CNCDH was given the mandate by the Prime Minister and in an independent way. One of the rapporteurs of this report is Bernadette Pidoura, whom you've heard. The second one is myself, and the third one is Etienne Petit-Mangin, who's worked a lot in territorial policy. So I've finished, and I'd like to thank you for having listened to me this late. I really think that I've tried to describe everything in a quick and rapid way. And all this movement has been launched, and it is now up to fora like this to continue to spearhead, to the movement and also diffuse and disseminate knowledge and everything that's put in by public policy. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you for these brilliant presentations that conclude 2 days of conference and 2 days of Cap Lab. We had Cap Lab first. We worked a lot over the past few days. So I just wanted to say something which characterizes this Cap droit approach, which is taking a form. This desire to think together, and I'm actually going to quote Marc Elvaz, this capacity to think together, to put yourself in another person's shoes, and it's really important. We try to do this in our coordination and through such events.
Ressentir à certains moments qu'on tend en tout cas à y arriver. Merci beaucoup. Je passe.
I'm going to give the floor now. Yes, just a few words to conclude from my side. Advocacy France representative. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for your attention. It's never easy to bring together so many viewpoints, but we've got a common humanity, and we can actually improve this, improve the future, thanks to such initiatives. Our team, Cap Droit, has helped us a lot, and I really would like to ask Hélène Chiron and our 2 trainees, Amaury and Laura, to come up to the stage, because these 3 people really went beyond the duty of call in organizing this conference, and I'd really like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. It's not easy to be a volunteer, and without them we really couldn't have made it so far. Thank you so much. Right, so this is the 3rd edition, which is coming to a close. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, participants. Thank you, contributors. Thank you to the local groups that have worked on-site and off-site. We've been working on this for 2 years, preparing the 4 days. Thank you to the volunteers. Thank you to the meal providers. Yes, there was a shortage, but it's okay. Thank you to the people who were in charge of the sound and also the interpretation. You've actually recognized the voice of Stephanie. Thank you to the stenotypist, and thank you to the people who basically provided the conclusions of the workshop. Hélène Chiron, Amaury, Laura, and there are trainees. They've supported us a lot. Thank you so much. We will keep in touch and we will continue this dialogue, because we're going to think in the years to come, in the days to come, how we're going to collect information, disseminate information. We talked about this. We talked about a handbook of summary. So if you want to participate, please keep in touch. Thank you so much.